Meeting is resumed. We're back on record.
We left off with Republic's cross-examination of the witness.
Vicky Witt, and you had asked for a reference to one of the exhibits.
Yeah, at this time, no further questions for Ms. Witt. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
I'm not gonna let you go.
I have no questions. Redirect.
There were some questions about, you had mentioned something about Georgetown Lake and anaconda disposal.
Objection, this is outside the scope of cross-examination. There was no questions asked about Georgetown Lake or anaconda disposal.
And I could be mistaken. I believe that she mentioned Georgetown Lake and anaconda disposal in response to one of Mr. Nicholson's questions.
There was not a single question asked about that.
She mentioned it in response to his question. And I'll let the commission report on that.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Overruled.
So Vicki, you mentioned Georgetown Lake and anaconda disposal. Can you give me some more details? What were you talking about with anaconda disposal?
Republic Services was not wanting to go to Georgetown Lake because it was so far. So they gave permission to Anaconda Disposal to haul anything that was in Granite County that was at Georgetown Lake.
When was this?
Oh,
Objection, relevance, this has nothing to do with the issues before the commission today.
Well, I think it does. The commission regulates authority, Class D authority. I don't think Republic has any legal authority to give permission to a hauler that lacks Class D authority in a service area to enter that service area with their permission. And so I do think that this is relevant to the issues.
And there's been no testimony that she's established that this is in Republic's territory.
Georgetown Lake is in Granite County.
Yeah, in Georgetown Lake, the geography of it runs along both counties.
I think we can deal with that with the weight of the evidence, not the admissibility.
Can you please repeat your question again for clarity and understanding if you have it?
I'm sorry.
For the-
Well, the question that was objected to was, when was this? Do you want the question before that?
Yes, please.
So Vicki, you mentioned Georgetown Lake and anaconda disposal. Can you give me some more details? What were you talking about anaconda disposal? And then she answered. And then Ms. Garrett asked, when was this? And then she said, oh, and then Mr. Nicholson objected.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment while we discuss.
objection sustained.
Was Anaconda Disposal getting permission from Republic to service customers in Granite County?
Same objection.
And I guess maybe I might be confused about it, the commission's ruling. Is this issue not relevant? Is that the determination?
Our position is that this issue is not relevant, that it's outside the course of, or it's outside the scope of cross-examination. There were no questions brought up about Georgetown Lake. The question that was brought up was a question about a service at the Rocking J Ranch. The witness provided a non-responsive answer concerning other allegations that have nothing to do with this proceeding. And the answer that the witness had previously given about Anaconda Disposal was a non-responsive answer, and it should be stricken from the record.
Thank you. We're going to confer just one moment, hopefully provide some clarity.
The ruling to sustain the objection holds.
And for way of providing a little bit of clarity to the parties, the commission is unsure how Republic allowing other entities in an area is relevant to this proceeding. If you have other questions that may identify how that is relevant, we would be opening to hearing that.
And
Vicky, were there,
for Republic's objection as well is that is again far outside the scope of the cross-examination.
The commission does believe that there was some response from the witness about Georgetown Lake and Republic, and in that sense, the commission earlier ruling, the reasoning behind that was it was relevant to the witness's response.
Vicky, what are the, when you were in customer service at Republic, and Granite County area around Georgetown Lake called Republic for service, how did you deal with those?
I referred them to Anaconda Disposal.
And were you instructed to do so by supervisors at Republic, or why was that happening?
Same objections, relevance has nothing to do with the services here in Granite County.
Well, it has to do with the lack of harm to whether the existing carrier is ready, willing, and able to meet the existing need in the area. It sounds like they were shipping these people off or recommending them to Anaconda Disposal rather than providing the service that they are authorized by the Public Service Commission to provide. And I think that that's relevant because the existing carrier's authority, capability, willingness is all relevant to this application proceeding in Granite County.
Thank you. Just one moment.
Objection overruled.
To the extent that the witness's response and the question is regarding Republic referring service to other providers.
So Vicky, I think what I was trying to ask is that something that you just decided to do when you were in customer service at Republic, or was that something that you were told to do by people who directed your duties at Republic?
It was a.
Objection, leading.
I'll withdraw the question. Why were you telling people to go to Anaconda Disposal?
That we had a discussion, and my boss at the time, Max Bauer, said to offer that to the customers up at Georgetown because it would be closer for them and it would be less expensive for the customer.
And at that time, Vicky, did you know whether Anaconda Disposal was authorized by the Public Service Commission to haul in Granite County around Georgetown Lake?
Objection, foundation.
Were you familiar, I'll withdraw the question. Were you familiar with Anaconda Disposal's authority under the PSC at that point in time?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that Max Bauer was?
Yes,
Did you refer customers in Granite County seeking service from Republic to Anaconda Disposal?
yes.
There were some questions about Republic's resources and capability to meet the need in Granite County. Do you think Republic has sufficient financial resources to meet the need for roll-off service in Granite County if they chose to do so?
Yes.
And based on your experience as a customer service representative for both Republic in Missoula County and Grizzly Disposal in Missoula County, do you think that, in your opinion, is Republic willing to meet the need for roll-off service in Granite County?
Objection, vague, ambiguous. The witness has not been a part of Republic's team for over 2 years. And so witness lacks foundation regarding Republic services now.
Okay, so the question was specific to, based on your experience, what is your opinion? We've laid the foundation for Ms. Witt's testimony on the specific opinion issue, given her 42 years of experience with Republic Services and her recent 2 years of experience in customer service with Grizzly Disposal. And I think it's within the scope of what she's testified to offer her opinion testimony on that issue.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection overruled.
Vicky, do you remember the question?
Not really.
Fair enough. Based on your experience working for Republic for 42 years and working for Grizzly in customer service for the last 2 years, in your opinion, is Republic Services willing to meet the need for roll-off service in Granite County?
Based on my experience, no.
Can you explain why?
Well, they didn't want to go to Anaconda or go to Georgetown Lake, and they refused services to the ranch.
I have no further questions for this one.
The witness may be temporarily excused.
I have some recrosses.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Ms. Witt, during your time as a customer service representative of Republic, you did not have authority to tell competitors to go do something illegal, correct?
Did I have authority?
You didn't have authority to tell a competitor to go do something illegal, correct?
No, I didn't.
And during your time with Republic, based on your testimony, are you saying that you intentionally diverted customers to Republic's competitors?
Based on the instruction that I had from my superior, yes,
And your superior is Max Bauer?
correct.
And during your time at Republic, you told Anaconda Disposal to do something illegal hauling?
And I'm gonna object to this, I mean, I guess the it calls for a legal conclusion. And there's no foundation that Ms. Witt can testify to a legal conclusion, or presumes a legal conclusion in the form in which Mr. Nicholson is asking the question. So I'd object to the form of the question, and the facts asserted that we don't have that legal conclusion and evidence here.
And on redirect, Ms. Garib had talked about, and there was testimony elicited that there was alleged illegal operations that were encouraged outside
And
of
I never used.
Anaconda's disposals territory.
And so we're talking about the facts, and I did not use the word illegal. That's a characterization made by Mr. Nicholson. We're talking about the facts here, and potentially there's a conclusion to be made by the commission that it's illegal hauling. That's not my issue here. And I don't think he can just assert those conclusions in the question to Ms. Witt.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection overruled, but counsel, could you rephrase the question so that it could be more understandable to the lay people?
Yes, I'll do my best, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Witt, during the time that you were at Republic, did you tell Anaconda Disposal to do something that you knew or thought was improper?
And so I'm gonna object again. Ms. Witt's testimony was that she did not know whether Anaconda Disposal had authority or not.
And she
So
can answer those.
it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Response from Republic.
Yeah, and she can answer the question. I mean, she has testified that she believes and she was instructed to do something, and she has the foundation to testify as to it.
And the question was that you knew was wrong or to be against. I'm sorry, I didn't get the last couple words. I'm sorry, to violate the rules.
Thank you, counsel. One more moment.
Objection overruled.
I'll ask the question again, just to be clear. During your time with the Republic, you personally told Anaconda Disposal to do something that you knew or thought to be improper.
I did not directly talk to Anaconda Disposal. I was not aware that it was in any kind of violation. I am not privy to the rules of the permitting area. And as far as I knew, it was a gentleman's agreement, whether it, and that continued even after Max left.
And you weren't a part of this gentleman's agreement, correct?
Correct.
During your time at Republic, you personally instructed customers to go to Republic's competitor, Anaconda Disposal, correct?
No, they were not a competitor.
During your time at Republic, did you encourage Anaconda Disposal to do something that you thought was improper?
No, I never spoke to Anaconda Disposal, ever.
Just one moment, ma'am. Ms. Witt, during your 52 years in working with Republic, it was your understanding that the garbage haulers, including Republic, were governed by the rules set by the PSC, correct? And you are aware that gentlemen's agreements do not govern the rules concerning garbage haulers in Montana, correct?
I have no knowledge of what the rules are based on. I know that there's areas, but whether or not it is okay for a crossover company to come in, if it's okay by the company that holds permit, it's not my job. I do not know those rules.
Just one moment, ma'am. No further questions. Thank you.
One more opportunity for redirect?
I'm good.
Okay. This may be temporarily excused. Thank you.
My preference, we have one more witness that we plan to call. My preference would be for us to take an early lunch and come back and finish our last witness. And then move on to Republic. But I'm open to hearing other ideas, I guess.
Any objection?
We have no objection to an early lunch.
Okay with you?
It'll be okay.
Thank you.
So the time now is 11:51. We will reconvene at 1. Now we're going off the record.
Thank you.
We're ready to resume the meeting. The time is 1:00 and we are back on the record. Ms. Garrett, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Bukacek. L&L calls Eric Bauer.
You were sworn in yesterday, correct?
I'll try and go slow too.
Thank you.
Eric, where do you live?
Missoula, Montana,
Where do you work?
Grizzly Disposal,
What do you do at Grizzly Disposal?
Operations Manager.
And what does that entail?
I do all the routing, scheduling, scheduling maintenance on the trucks, doing basically all of the ops, day-to-day work that goes on.
How long have you worked for Grizzly?
I've been employed at L&L since November of 2020.
So that's before L&L got the permit for Missoula County, is that right?
Correct.
What were you doing for L&L before Grizzly was up and running?
I worked in Bozeman, did the cardboard recycling route in Missoula.
Where did you work before you moved over to L&L?
Republic Services,
And how long did you work there?
30+ years.
And what position were you in at Republic before you left?
Supervisor.
And what kind of supervisor?
I guess operations supervisor, ran basically day-to-day operations alongside Billy.
Did you supervise drivers over there?
Correct.
Approximately how many drivers were you supervising before you left?
42 to 46, it would fluctuate.
And how many drivers are you supervising now at Grizzly Disposal?
23.
As part of your job supervising both at Grizzly and Republic, are you planning routes?
Correct.
And what does that involve?
Basically logistics, what gets hauled, what doesn't get hauled. The efficiencies of routes, it's kind of a broad spectrum of, you got commercial routes, roll-off routes, residential routes, recycling routes. At any given time we were running, when I worked at the previous company, 14 rear load routes, 4 side load routes, and basically anywhere from 3 to 4 roll-off trucks.
So you mentioned the roll-off trucks, so there were 3 to 4 roll-off trucks running per day from Republic in Missoula when you left.
Correct.
And where were they? What kind of trucks are those? What kind of skills do the drivers need to be able to operate those vehicles?
Well, at the time I was there, we had 2 Class A drivers, which would be dispatched if Granite County needed service, Drummond or Phillipsburg, Seeley Lake. A lot of times, those guys would maybe twice a week in the summer, once every 3 weeks in the winter. Those transfer stations would call for service. And the rest of the time, everything was in town.
Before you became the operations supervisor at Republic, what job did you do before that?
I had 26 years on the trucks, everything from residential, rear load, side load, and I hauled roll-offs and specific times. Through my career, I did a little bit of everything there.
And you still have an active an active CDL license?
Class A.
Who was your supervisor when you left Republic?
Supervisor or general manager?
Your supervisor.
Billy Fisher.
Perfect. And then who was the general manager?
Don Moss.
Was there turnover in your supervisor role when you were operations supervisor at Republic?
Yes, James Sessions took the operations manager's job in Gray Falls, and then Pete Blair was hired.
What about in the general manager position?
Yeah, after Max left, Kirk Treese, Robin Murbach for, I don't know, 6 months, Glenda Bradshaw, and then Don Moss.
And your dad is Max Bauer,
Correct.
and we heard some testimony earlier. Do you know when he left or left Republic?
2016 is when he retired. And then, yeah, 2016.
Did you maintain relationships with Republic employees after you left?
Still in contact today with drivers. Obviously, you see somebody on the street that, I see landfill employees. I mean, one was my uncle, so it wasn't, kind of hard to not have him, to talk to him, at family events.
The Republic drivers are unionized,
Yes,
and what's the union?
they have a bargaining agreement that basically states, what their wage is, what their pension goes to, what, your benefits are. And then, in my tenure in the union for 26 years, the contracts went from anywhere from 3 years to 5 years.
And is it different at Grizzly Disposal?
Correct, we're non-union.
And in your experience, what is the difference there?
The difference is you have, one of the big differences for me is you get your own money. It's not taken by the union. It's not, we have 401k, we have, profit sharing, we have all that. Unionized is basically they tell you what you're gonna put in on the vote, and that's what you get.
Do you conduct safety trainings at Grizzly Disposal?
Bi-weekly, but we preach safety every day when we crew in and crew out.
And the drivers, are they required before they take a truck out to do a pre-trip inspection?
Pre-trip, yes.
And what's that involve?
Checking your tires, checking all your fluids, making sure you have no air leaks. In our pre-trips, all our drivers grease their own trucks daily, so, and then at the end, same thing, post-trip is tires, all your fluids.
If there's a problem with a vehicle that a driver notices during a pre-trip inspection, how are they supposed to deal with that?
We have a Samsara app that, you actually can put all your defects into that, and it directly goes to me and our 2 mechanics. And then we just deem if the truck is runnable, if it's, out of service, we will down it out of service. If it's still can be in service, then we will fix it when it needs to be fixed.
Does Grizzly have its own shop and mechanic there?
Yes, we have 2.
I wanted to go back to the safety meetings and have you open up to exhibit 5. And it's L&L 621 through 626 is what I want.
Is that the pages I'm looking for? Or?
Yeah, it's in exhibit 5. It's gonna be near the back.
$621.
Yeah, it starts on 621. So there's 1, 2. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. If I can count, 5 pages, 6 pages of safety meeting attendance records, is that right?
Correct.
Are these, what are the dates on each of these?
12/5, 12. Can't read my writers in 29 or 19.
Okay.
1, 2, and 116, 130, and 213.
And these are Grizzly Disposal records?
Correct.
And are these true and accurate copies of the minutes and attendance record previously disposal safety meetings from December 5th, 2024 through February 13th of 2025.
Yes,
And at this time, I would move admission of L&L Exhibit 5, L&L 621 through 626.
No objection.
Any objection? Exhibit 5, page 621 to 622, admitted into the record.
Sorry, Commissioner Bukuchek, 626.
To 626. Thank you. 621 to 626 admitted to the record.
Thank you. I want to look at the first one here, Eric. Can you tell me what the safety training on 12/5/24 was about?
waste industry fatalities. So, in our industry, obviously, you don't ever want to see it happen. Doesn't matter what company you're working for or who the other companies are, but there's a lot of fatalities in the waste industry. So, I think in the time that I've worked in it, what I know of, there's probably been 10 fatalities in companies that I've either worked with or worked for. Thank God never in any of the divisions I've ever done. But basically, landfill, cleaning out your trucks, making sure that your hydraulics are, basically your power's off, keys are in your pocket for cleaning your trucks. Doing everything you can that we know or we've been taught or trained to do to enforce it to our drivers that, we're here to protect you. So, it's one of those things that, I have over 30 years of safety meetings at Republic. I've been to, numerous safety trainings when I was there. I take what I've learned from everything that I've ever done in my life, and then I bring it to my employees.
And how long do these trainings typically last?
It all depends, because your standard ones are usually 30 minutes, and you can get, and then we'll talk business afterwards. So anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes of safety. Sometimes it'll go an hour and a half on the lines if people have questions.
Well, that's what I was wondering here, because it says subject covered, any questions or concerns. So do drivers come to these meetings with any questions or concerns that they might have to be addressed?
Yes, and 80% of it is dealt with on a daily basis. We don't have to wait for safety meetings to talk safety.
So they can come to, a driver can come to you any day of the week with an issue?
100%. I open and I close, so a driver is never out and nobody's in the office.
This next page, 622, I think we decided 12/19/24, is that right? What was this meeting about?
Home for the holidays.
What's that mean?
Basically, we want you to enjoy every aspect of the holidays with your families. Obviously holding CDLs, if you do decide to have an alcoholic beverage, your CDL is very important. We're held at a higher standard carrying a CDL. Taking care of making sure your fire or your Christmas trees, aren't dry. We go over basically what we want for Home for the Holidays is we want everybody to enjoy the holidays with their families and get back to work.
Yeah, so a little bit of a celebration, but make sure everybody
Correct.
comes back safe.
Correct.
Let's look at 623. Looks like January 1st of 2025. What was this one about?
Slip, trips, and falls.
It sounds pretty self-explanatory, but tell me a little bit about it.
Well, basically, obviously in January, the winter months, we'll cover this in late October also, to reassure that everybody has their proper equipment, got your safe tracks, so you put on your boots. Shops get slippery, wet, ice and snow melting off the trucks. And when you're climbing to clean your trucks out or side loads, you're in there getting carts out every once in a while. Basically giving them information to be safe.
And then 624, this meeting on January 16th of 2025. What's that one about?
Distracted driving.
Are we talking about just texting and driving, or what are we talking about?
Everything, getting the big picture, keeping your eyes moving, Smith system. I was taught it for 30-some years, so it's one of those deals that it's pretty weird because my daughter, obviously she's 22 now. I taught her the same things as she was, learning to drive, keep your eye moving, get the big picture. It's not so much us being distracted as when you're looking for other distracted drivers, so, yeah.
Next page, 625, this safety meeting on January 30th of 2025. What was that one about?
Stretching, it was one of the first times I've ever, I don't know, I went over and did a demo in Belgrade with L&L Site Services, and I saw Jackson Contracting make every vendor that was on site go out and do stretching as a team. So implementing that but sometimes it's hard for us because we have guys starting, at different times. So more of the lines of keeping them, hopefully engaging them to stretch in the mornings before they go out onto their shifts, for the simple fact that it saves them work comp, their bodies, and all that stuff.
Stretching is important so that they stay flexible in the cab.
Correct.
626, this meeting on February 13th of 2025. What's that one about?
Complacency.
Tell me what that means.
I think anybody in their lives have a time in their day or their week or just in life, you get complacent with anything that you do. So, after operating in business for a year and a half, 2.5 years, drivers get complacent. I mean, if you've done the same route for 2 years of your life, the stops, the addresses, basically, the people, the community, your customers, as Billy and I did this one, you don't want to get complacent. You still want to offer the best service you could possibly have. And sometimes, in anybody's life, you get complacent and sometimes get lazy at what you do. So we just took the direction of, we needed to talk about it. So that's what we did.
Is Grizzly currently providing roll-off service in Missoula County?
Yes.
What equipment are you using?
I have 6 Kenworth T880s, and then I have 1 Kenworth, I think it's a 370 20-yard truck, single axle, and 150 to 180 roll-off boxes.
And how many drivers are you using for roll-off service?
Depends on the day. Anywhere from 2 to 5.
When a customer calls Grizzly and makes a request and maybe talks to Vicky, how does that get routed to you, or how does that get communicated to you?
It goes through trash flow, goes to an unscheduled log, and then 99% of the time, because I'm there, I schedule everything. I do all the scheduling for carts, dumpsters, roll-offs, one-time pickups, anything like that. So as soon as they get it on, it goes into the schedule.
You mentioned trash flow. Is that a software management program?
Correct.
For waste providers?
Yep.
In your time at Grizzly Disposal, have you guys ever run out of roll-off containers?
No.
How do you, is Grizzly able to, how do on-demand pickups of those roll-offs work? How does that get scheduled with you? Same system or?
Well, same system, but I will, if we're running, say we have 5 boxes in a day and the customer calls in, the phone call will usually be directed towards me by one of the CSRs. And if we can haul it that day, we'll haul it. If not, within 24, the next day. We've never not hauled somebody within 24 hours.
If this application is successful, when will Grizzly Disposal start providing roll-off service in Granite County?
We already have one in Granite County.
What about new customers that?
Day one.
Okay, perfect. Will this new authority from the PSC, if it's granted, will this change operations for Grizzly in Missoula?
No.
Okay. Will it change things for you as an operations manager on a day-to-day basis?
No.
Will you need any additional equipment to provide roll-off service in Granite County?
No.
We need any additional drivers?
No.
think I might be done. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
This is very good cross-examination.
Thank you, Commissioners. Hi, good afternoon, Eric.
How are you?
So, I'm doing well, how are you?
Good.
So Luke Forcella, you've heard me talk a couple times now, but I represent Republic. I think I want to just go over a few things that you mentioned, and touch on a couple of points that have already come up. So you've been with the company since, I think as you said, November of 2020?
Correct.
And then prior to that, you were with Republic
Correct.
and
BFI Allied Republic.
led me right to the next question I was gonna ask you. So as I understand it, Republic, the company that you worked for wasn't Republic the whole time, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it was, so, but the 30 years you were there for BFI, and then eventually BFI was
Sold
acquired
to
by.
Allied.
Yep,
Allied sold to
right,
Republic.
okay.
Slow down a little, one at a time.
Thanks. Where was I? Oh, I think I heard you say 26 years on trucks, 26 years driving trucks for the companies?
Correct.
And then those last 4 years were as a
Supervisor.
operations supervisor?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I know I was on the trucks for 26 years because I have a full union pension. I know that.
Sure,
So 3.5, 4 years, I don't know what the.
approximately 4 years.
Correct.
So in your current role with Grizzly, you're one of the company's managers, correct?
Correct.
Sounds like between routing and scheduling and maintenance, and I think you said running all the day-to-day operations, a pretty important role.
Correct.
Okay. You are involved in the management decisions that Grizzly makes?
On the operations side, yes. Business as far as, I would say yes.
Okay. It sounds like you've done some you've put some thought into how Grizzly may provide service in Granite County, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and I think I heard you say you wouldn't need additional employees to do so.
Correct.
You wouldn't need additional equipment to do so.
Correct.
Okay, can you help me understand? I think you also said, though, that wouldn't affect your operations in Missoula.
Correct.
Okay, despite the fact that Grizzly will be using the same employees and the same equipment to service this area.
100%.
Okay. You don't live in Granite County, correct?
Correct.
You don't work in Granite County?
Well, I mean, I have worked in Granite County.
When is the last time you've worked in Granite County?
As far as, I guess I'd have to, what do you mean by work? Like delivering a roll-off box in Granite County, would that be considered working?
Sure.
So 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Prior to that, when is the last time that you worked in Granite County?
2 weeks before that.
Okay. Prior to that?
Probably a month before that.
Okay. So when was the first time that you worked in Granite County?
I don't know when the first roll-off box I held for public service was in Granite County. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so you drove some of the routes for Republic in Granite County.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
all of them.
Okay, and then it sounds like from what I hear you saying, you've continued to drive some of the routes for Grizzly in Granite County.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the driving for Grizzly is under its current temporary operating authority?
Well, we hauled recycling out of the ranch, the Rock Creek Ranch.
Okay,
And then when we got the temporary operating authority, correct, a
So-
box was delivered to the Rock Creek Ranch.
got it. You haven't worked for Republic in the last, 5 years or so? Is that correct?
Yeah, since 2020,
Approximately,
September 9th of 2020.
September 9th, okay? You don't have any recent knowledge of its finances?
Just what I see in the PSC reports.
Fair enough. You don't have any knowledge other than what you could find in the PSC reports?
Or if a customer has asked me about looking at a bill, that's all. I mean, as far as like if a customer's calling to ask Grizzly for service or looking to switch to Grizzly, I've seen their bills.
Sure, so not with regard to their bills, but with regard to the company's.
No, other than PSC reports, no.
Okay, thank you. You don't have any recent knowledge about its equipment availability,
No,
equipment maintenance,
no,
employee availability?
other than what I hear, but that's hearsay.
You don't have any recent knowledge about how it schedules or trains its staff, right?
Nope,
You don't have any recent knowledge about Republic's ability to provide garbage services, correct?
no, other than people calling us saying their garbage is missed.
Okay. Since you left Republic, you don't participate in any of their management meetings?
Absolutely not.
Right? They don't share their goals with you
No,
or their strategies?
nope.
Okay, the Republic doesn't discuss its willingness to serve its customers with you.
I would probably be the last person they do.
And, I think sounds like you were there for a considerable period of time. I think you hit on this already. You stayed in contact with some of your coworkers since you left the company.
Correct.
Would you say with some frequency with some reasonable frequency you talk to them or stay in touch?
Oh, yeah.
There was some discussion, you were present yesterday for the testimony?
Correct.
From the various witnesses?
Yep.
There was some testimony yesterday about some interactions between Grizzly and the Montana Department of Environmental Quality, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. I think I understood that Grizzly trucks were hauling garbage to a transfer station in Missoula, is that correct?
I wouldn't say garbage, no.
No,
C&D,
C&D, okay, construction, can you define C&D for us?
construction demolition?
So would a better term be waste then?
No, because MSW is solid waste.
Okay, so what-
it's C&D is construction demolition.
Sure, construction demolition wood, I guess is the question.
Wood, metal, varieties, insulation, I mean, basically construction boxes is what I would use the term.
Things that are going to be thrown away from construction sites.
Correct.
Okay. That transfer station operated until Grizzly shut it down, is that correct?
Well, between the DEQ and Grizzly shutting down, yes.
Okay,
DEQ sent a letter, we shut it down.
and that was the first instance in which Grizzly had to shut down the transfer station
To my knowledge, yes.
and move it to a different location?
Well, we're not moving it to a different location. We applied for a transfer station permit, which that's pending right now.
Sure, and
We didn't have a transfer station permit pending at the time of when the DEQ for the C&D waste that we were dumping on the ground,
okay,
which was not on the ground, but on the ground.
it's fair to say that Grizzly is trying to move it to a new location, is that correct?
Correct.
In the meantime, those trucks are not dumping at any other transfer station, they're dumping directly at a landfill, is that accurate?
Correct.
Turning briefly to the safety records that Ms. Garrett asked you about, so it's Exhibit 5, 621 through 626. If I look at that first safety record, 621, looking at the bottom of that safety record, there's a little typed blurb following the signatures. And it says, by my signature below, I hereby certify that the employees listed above have been trained in accordance with the applicable regulations and curriculum for this weekly safety meeting, correct?
Correct.
And then the signature block is blank, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if I turn to the next page, 622.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Mhm.
Is that, it's accurate to say that that is the same on each of those safety training pages?
Correct.
I think that is all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much for your time.
I have no questions for the witness.
No questions.
Redirect?
I just have a brief redirect. Why didn't you sign these safety meeting?
Because my name's at the top, I guess. I mean, I file them and then I'm the only one that deals with it. So that's kind of,
And you don't write the driver's names
No.
individual? Who writes their names?
They do,
Okay, so the drivers self-sign in?
yes.
And what are these records for? Are they for, do you need to file them to comply with any regulations or
It's for our records,
Okay,
our
it's for-
records only.
for Grizzlies?
Yep.
business records? I have no further questions.
Okay. The witness is temporarily excused. Thank you, sir.
Now, you gotta hang out.
Ms. Garrett, witness?
I'm finished, and so L&L will rest at this point.
Okay. L&L rests his case. So I'll start with the Protestant Republic's case in chief.
We might take a 5-minute recess, Commissioner.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
So it is now 1:30. We'll reconvene at 1:35. We are not off the record. Meeting is resumed. The time is 1:36 and we are back on record. Protestant Republic Case in Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, Republic would like to call Mr. Ryan Kaufman.
Kaufman, were you sworn in yesterday?
I was, thank you.
Proceed.
Afternoon, Mr. Kaufman. Can you please state your name?
Ryan Kaufman,
And mind if I call you Ryan today?
go ahead.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Ryan, where do you live?
In Billings, Montana.
Can we spell the last name?
Coffman,
And Ryan, who is your employer?
for public services.
How long have you worked for Republic?
Just about 5 years.
And what is your current job title?
So I am the Municipal and Government Affairs Manager for Montana and Northern Idaho.
How long have you been in that position?
I'll say about 2 years.
And what was your position prior to that?
I was a territory sales executive in Eastern Montana.
Ryan, can you briefly describe what your role and responsibilities are currently with Republic?
So as the municipal manager for Montana, I manage the relationships with all of our municipal contracts within the cities, counties, any large government contracts. And then I also have relations with our government side of it, which would be the legislative lobbying side of it. Any other issues that might come up on that side of the house.
And in your role, do you deal directly with customers?
I do.
And who generally are those customers?
For me, the customers that I can deal directly with are like the mayors, city council members, county commissioners, clerks, and attorneys.
And generally speaking, what kind of interaction do you have with those customers? Are these, what sort of contacts do you have with them?
A blended contacts, meetings, emails, phone calls, city council meetings, county commission meetings. I've showed up at some PSC meetings on the Hill as well.
And in your experience in the waste management industry, do customer miscommunications sometimes happen as part of your job?
Yeah, absolutely.
And in your experience, how do you deal with those situations when there's a miscommunication with a customer?
When I'm aware of them, and we're aware that there's a miscommunication or an issue, we'll get together and it's been identified. Usually we'll get together as a team and figure out what that resolution is, depending on the scope and the impact of the mistake or the issue. And then we will discuss that with the customer, the municipality, and formulate a resolution between the two that's mutually beneficial for both sides.
And in your experience, how are Republic employees trained to handle instances when there has been a miscommunication with a customer?
Typically, we acknowledge that there's been an issue. We work quickly and to the best of our ability to remediate that issue and continue service. At the end of the day, when mistakes happen, we take it very seriously, we care, and we want the best for everyone. So as far as the customer goes.
And in your experience, why does Republic take that approach?
Because we're an ethical company and we care a lot about our customers.
I want to talk now about the Rocking J Ranch, okay? Are you familiar with the Rocking J Ranch here in Granite County?
I am familiar with the Rocking J Ranch.
And how are you familiar with the Rocking J Ranch?
So I'm familiar with the Rocking J Ranch on December, I think it was December 23rd. There was a failed attempt for a PSC permit that had all of the docket with it. And a part of that, there was affidavits on there about the Rocking J Ranch. And that we had let them know that we could not provide them service.
And just to be clear, how did you discover this issue?
So it popped up on the, I get notifications from the PSC whenever there's anything that's going through. That was one of the notifications, and part of that, it brings up everything that's inside that, and I opened it up, and one of those was the affidavit from Rocking J.
And your understanding is that this took place when again?
I believe it was December 23rd.
Right around the holidays?
Yes.
At that time, what steps did Republic take once it discovered this issue with the Rocking J branch?
So once we saw that and realized that there was an issue there, notified all of the applicable team members that I immediately work with, which would have been my GM, the ops manager, myself, and I think there was a couple other folks that were connected into that. Told them that we have an issue, looked up what the issue was, so identified that there was a location that was not part of the map that we provide service in at that point.
So, and so what, upon reviewing that application that was filed, what was determined to be the issue?
So the issue is that we provide, per our PSC permit, we provide service, roll-off service for the entire portion of all of Granite County. We have something called a KMT, which is a knowledge management tool, which provides a map for the services that we provide in any given area. So on that map at that time, there was a small section of county that was highlighted saying that we provide service to. That was incorrect.
And you mentioned KMT. Can you explain what this KMT system is?
So the KMT is the knowledge management tool that our CRC, our sales folks, anyone providing service to, it is basically a breakdown of all the services that we provide within a specific area.
And just to be clear, who is a CRC, or what is a CRC?
CRC is our call resource center.
And so when a potential customer calls in, what information does the CRC have then? Generally,
Say that again.
yeah, so when a customer calls in, for example, requesting roll-offs, what information does a CRC have to determine whether Republic can offer services in the requested area?
So when they speak with the customer, they'll gain as much information as they possibly can, which is the address. Once they put the address in, the KMT, the map will pull up and show them what available services are in that area. They can reference those maps for the services provided in that area.
And so in this case, what was the issue with the map?
So in this case, a very small portion of Granite County was highlighted, and that was incorrect. The entire county should be highlighted for roll-off services.
Ryan, if I could have you please turn to what's been previously identified as Exhibit F. Ryan, have you seen this document before?
I have.
And what is this document?
So this is a map of Granite County, and this is what our CRC folks, our sales centers folks, would use to provide service in an area when a customer calls.
And who drafted this document?
Who drafted the map?
Yes.
We work with our GIS team and our KMT folks to draft the map at our request.
And was this map drafted by Republic?
It was.
And is it a routine business practice for Republic to prepare maps like this?
It is.
And was this map created in the regular course of Republic's business?
It was.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the map that was used in Granite County in approximately late December of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we move to admit Exhibit F into evidence.
Is that just the first map?
Just, yes.
It's AWS 1?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
Republic Exhibit F is admitted into the record.
Ryan, when looking at the map identified as Exhibit F, what, if any, issues do you see with this map?
The entire county is not highlighted. One of those that falls within there is the address 79 Carriage House Lane, which is the Rocking J Ranch location.
And why is that an issue with respect to this map?
With respect to this map, the highlighted section is where we provide roll-off service, the non-highlighted in blue. The rest of it's not highlighted and they are not highlighted. Sorry, 79 Carriage House Lane is not highlighted.
And what did Republic do once it discovered the errors with this map?
We changed it.
If I could have you please turn to what's been previously identified as Exhibit G, or marked for identification. Exhibit G. Have you seen this document before?
I have.
And what is this document?
So this document is the same thing that our KMT folks prepared at our request. It highlights the entire portion of Granite County.
And who drafted this document?
Republic Services did.
And is it a routine practice, is it a routine business practice for Republic to prepare maps like this?
It is.
And was this map created in the regular course of Republic's business?
It was.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the map that is now in Republic's KMT system?
It is.
At this time, Madam Chair, we move to admit Exhibit G into evidence.
No objection.
Republic Exhibit G is admitted into the record.
Ryan, in looking at Exhibit G, what does this current map show?
It highlights all of Granite County. It also highlights 79 Carriage House Lane, which would provide them roll-off service upon request.
And how does Exhibit G, the current map, compare to the old map, Exhibit F?
Well, now the highlighted portion covers the entire subset of Granite County. The previous map did not highlight the entire portion of Granite County, missing the customer that 79 Carriage House Lane.
And just to be clear, which map is the correct map?
The Exhibit G, the one that highlights all of Granite County.
Ryan, once Republic discovered the error with the map identified as Exhibit F, how long did it take to fix that error?
We had this, my team and myself, we had this corrected by, I believe it was January 6th.
So now, when a Granite County customer calls for Class D services, what information do Republic's customer service representatives rely on in evaluating whether Republic can provide service in Granite County?
They would rely on this map that covers all of the Granite County for roll-off services.
How does Republic view the miscommunication with the Rocking J Ranch?
It was a mistake. We acknowledge that we're not perfect. We do our best, and when we make mistakes, we do everything in our power to correct them. We care about the customer more than anything, so we want to make sure we take care of them.
And based on the changes that have been made to this map, what are the chances of that mistake happening again in Granite County?
I'm not going to say that we're not going to make a mistake, but if everyone utilizes the map correct, it would say that we would provide roll-off service for everyone and anyone when they call within the blue highlighted section.
Ryan, in addition to updating this map, what else did you do after this mistake in the Exhibit F map was discovered?
So we set up a meeting and discussed what had happened, and that we do provide roll-off service for everyone within Granite County.
And so what is Republic's position on providing service to the ranch?
We will absolutely provide them the service that they need for roll-off services.
In addition, was there anything else that you did upon discovering this error on the Exhibit F map?
I reached out to them. I called them,
And who is them?
Rocking J Ranch.
In addition to serving the folks at Rocking J Ranch, what is Republic's position on serving other customers who reside in Granite County?
For roll-off service requests,
Yes, sir.
we will provide them roll-off service request upon them requesting.
And how is Republic able to serve the people of Granite County?
We have all of the assets, trucks, personnel, availability to provide service right now, and we are able and willing to do that. Yeah.
Were you present during the testimony yesterday?
I was.
So you were here when Mr. Monteleone testified?
I was.
Okay. Based on your knowledge and information, are you aware whether Republic has ever serviced the Rocking J Ranch before?
We have, the records that I looked up, that we provided them service in, I believe, 2009, 2010, 2017. I believe there was a construction job there in 2019 with Dick Anderson.
You were also present when Granite County Attorney Blaine Bradshaw testified?
I was.
And do you recall that he had testified that based on his knowledge, Republic had not notified him that Mr. Chad Bauer had left the company?
I was aware that he made that statement.
And what is your knowledge about that issue?
That's not true.
Permission to approach the witness, Madam Chair?
Yes. Permission granted.
Handing the witness what will be marked for rebuttal purposes as Exhibit I. This is the last one I have. Ryan, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes.
And have you seen this document before?
Yes, I drafted it.
And what is this document?
This is a notice to the commissioners and to the clerk that there's been a notice of contact change for Republic Services.
And is it a routine business practice for Republic to prepare these types of documents?
It absolutely is.
And did you prepare this document as part of a routine business practice?
I did.
And this letter was created in the regular course of your employment with Republic?
It was.
And this is a true and accurate copy of the actual letter that was sent to Granite County?
It is.
At this time, Madam Chair, we move to admit what's been marked as Exhibit I to evidence.
Any objection?
Have. Hang on just a second.
No problem.
understanding, and I'm looking for it, so I have I believe I had a data request seeking correspondence with Granite County. This document was not produced. By Republican and should have been, I mean, so that would be my objection at this point. I'm trying to find. I apologize. Yeah, I know that I had a request for communications or correspondence with the county and that Republic objected to it. I, for some reason, can't seem to locate that in the responses at Exhibit 4. But my objection would be that this should have been disclosed pursuant to the data request. And I don't think they should be permitted to rely on it. And we'll let the commission vote on whether it's appropriate or not in that context.
Any response from Republic?
I'm not sure which data request in particular was identified. It wasn't disclosed. I'm not sure which specific data request it would have gone to.
I'm sorry, I did find it here. So there was information requested about documentation related to the annual revenue from Granite County and the Solid Waste District. So requested any documentation, non-privileged communications with Granite County or local government entity.
Let's give what you identify which.
Yeah, it's. That's not. Oh, number 17, for the period beginning January 1, 2023 to the present, identify and describe any non-privileged.
Switch exhibit.
I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 4 at page 15. Identify and describe any non-privileged communications Republic has had with any employee, representative, or agent of Granite County related to any Class D service or contracts between Republic and Granite County, Montana. Produce copies of any written contracts, records, notes, emails, messages, correspondence, or other tangible evidence in Republic's possession, custody, or control related to any Class D service provided to Granite County or any contracts between Republic and Granite County, Montana. Republic objected to the request on various grounds and did not produce any documentation in response to L&L 17.
And
This document would have been responsive, should have been produced. And so the rules prohibit them from relying on evidence that was requested and they failed to disclose.
And Republic objected. There was no motion to compel on the objection, and the information, the testimony from Granite County Attorney came out yesterday that Republic had not provided notice of the change in contact. And so this record is only solely for purposes of rebuttal to rebut the testimony of the county attorney to show that Republic did in fact provide written notice of a change in contact.
Sorry, the rules of civil procedure, and I believe it's rule 26, if I've requested documents and you fail to produce those in response to discovery, you can't then rely on those as evidence at a hearing. And that is rule 26. And that's been expressly adopted by the commission through the administrative regulations. And it very well may be rule 37. But I also believe that in terms of sanctions, what is relevant is what is subject to discovery, and then certainly there's no monetary sanctions available for the commission to impose. But if I've requested the information and discovery under Rule 26 and the device is provided therein and they don't produce it, they can't then rely on it in the hearing.
We'll follow is that the rules of civil procedure have not been adopted by the commission. The hearing is bound by the rules of evidence, and an objection was made. There was no motion to compel that was filed. And this information came out on direct examination yesterday, and we're entitled to rebut the testimony and identify that there was in fact a writing that was given to the county providing a notice and change of content.
And I don't have a duty to compel evidence that they're going to rely on.
And the Republic was not going to rely on this evidence, but it came out again as part of a rebuttal.
So they had it in their possession. I requested it. They objected to producing it. They want to waste time with a motion to compel rather than anyways, I think you have my.
We're prepared to rule.
Oh, thank you, counsel. One question for Republic. Can you point me to any law or rule that allows late disclosure of rebuttal evidence?
I don't have a rule off the top of my head, but generally for purposes of the rules of evidence, you're allowed to disclose, you're allowed to rebut evidence, including introducing information that has not been previously disclosed. And that just as a general principle of law.
Thank you, counsel. We will evaluate this objection. One moment. I have one follow-up question. Ms. Garib, could you point me to the section of Rule 26 that you were looking at in your response?
Yeah, and so, I'm sorry, my memory failed me with that. I do believe it is, and it has not been expressly adopted by the commission. It is Rule 37, Section C. No, sorry. Yes, if a party fails to provide, Rule 37C, if a party fails to provide information requested in accordance with these rules. And why I would argue that this section 37C does apply is that the commission has expressly adopted the discovery devices provided or identified in Rule 26, which are interrogatories, requests for production, and requests for admission. This would be considered a request for production of documents under Rule 20, as defined by Rule 26. And so it would be appropriate if I have requested that in accordance with the rules, that the party not be permitted to use that information to supply evidence at this hearing. And that is Rule 37C1. So it states that specifically.
Thank you, counsel. One more moment, please.
Regulations, subsection 4, Rule 37 of the Montana Rules of Civil Procedure has been adopted, which governs discovery abuses, motions to compel, and sanctions.
And the administrative rule again was
2.3301.
Does your public have any additional supplemental information?
Yes, so Republic responded to this request, objected. There was no follow-up motion to compel or follow-up request for supplemental disclosures. Republic did not intend to rely on this document. This issue came up yesterday, based on Attorney Bradshaw's testimony, identifying that Republic had failed to, or that he was unaware that Republic had provided a change of contact. And so this was new information that Republic had not intended to rely on. And so Republic should be able to rebut his testimony by introducing into evidence information that Republic in fact did provide notice of change. And so it's should be allowed in for rebuttal purposes.
Thank you, counsel.
Objection overruled. Republic Exhibit I is admitted into the record.
Ryan, can you tell me what this letter is and what it says?
Do you want me to read it?
Just sure, yeah, go ahead. What does it say, Ryan?
So this is a notice that just says, my name is Ryan Kaufman. I'm the municipal manager from Montana. I replaced Chad Bauer as your previous contact. I look forward to working with you in the future. All my contact info is below. This will also serve as notice that Republic Service Inc. wishes to opt into.
And that's enough, Ryan.
Okay.
And who was this letter addressed to?
It was addressed to Billy Ann Kulowski. I think that was the clerk at the time, and the commissioners.
Okay, just one moment, Ryan. And you said it was also addressed to the commissioners of Granite County?
Yeah, and commissioners.
Ryan, I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Buchek. Mr. Kaufman, we heard testimony yesterday that Mr. Bauer left Republic Services in January of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't send this letter until April 11th of 2024?
Correct.
So when did the contact change?
Around that.
And you took over Chad's position?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was he doing? What position did he move into in April of 2024?
Objection, relevance?
They introduced the exhibit. I think I can ask additional questions about the context of the exhibit and which it was sent.
Okay, thank you. We will discuss this one moment.
Objection overruled.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was the
What
question?
position did Mr. Bauer move into?
Chad took over the general manager for Eastern Montana.
And what does that entail
General manager,
of Eastern Montana?
so he looked over he ran the day-to-day for Eastern Montana, so he managed over all the management, the leadership, the entire team for Great Falls, Billings, Lewistown, all of Eastern Montana that we do business in.
Mr. Kaufman, you had this letter in your possession when these data requests were received from L&L?
Yeah,
And you have presumably other written communications with Granite County in your possession?
I believe so.
You have a copy of the contract,
Yes.
and you had that in your possession when Republic received these requests?
Yes.
Okay. And what other communications do you have in your possession related to Granite County's contract?
I don't know, I'd have to go look.
Well, you did look during the hearing, right?
Mhm.
Because you found this.
Correct.
So what else did you see when you went to look for this?
That was all that showed up.
Just a one letter?
Mhm.
Have you had emails with anybody in the county?
I would have to go back and check.
Okay, you didn't look at your emails yesterday?
I just checked this because it said contact and that's what I typed in was contact.
Okay, so you did a search of what, a folder of Granite County documents that you have?
I just checked my email.
Okay, so you did check your emails. You don't have any emails related to contact for Granite County, is that what you're saying?
Objection outside the scope of direct.
This goes to the credibility of the witness. And the commission has discretion to allow me to vote in order of interrogation of the witness. This is relevant because Mr. Kaufman is saying that he has all these other communications with Granite County in his
It
possession.
misstates the witness.
I'm arguing, let me finish and then you can go. He has other communications in his possession that are responsive to this discovery request that he declined to produce. And so Republic is cherry picking the documents that it wants to produce in an effort to hide information from this commission.
And as a follow-up, Republic objected to the request as overbroad, unduly burdensome, and irrelevant. And there was no follow-up communication.
And under Rule 37C, I do not have to follow up with, and in particular in this situation, when we're dealing with such a tight timeline between discovery and trial, I don't have a duty to chase after Republic's documents if they aren't going to produce them. If they don't rely on them here in this hearing, it's not a problem. Now, if they start doing what they've done today, which is popping up additional documentation that was responsive to these discovery requests, then that's a problem. And under Rule 37C, there is no obligation on the part of the requesting party to move to compel or confer with the opposing party. Now, there is in 37A, if I'm going to file a motion to compel, I've got to confer with Republic's counsel and ask, follow up, hey, I think you got to turn this over. There is no follow-up or coordination requirement in Rule 37C. If they fail to disclose responsive documentation in accordance with a properly with a properly made data request, they can't rely on it. The party is not allowed to use it. There's no exception to that.
And there was an objection made. There was no follow-up meet and confer letter. And the only reason that this document came up is because there was, again, testimony yesterday. It was unexpected from the Granite County attorney identifying that he was not aware of any sort of notice of change.
And Republic does not determine what's relevant. They can make those objections, certainly, but that goes to the admissibility of the evidence, not whether or not they are required to produce it.
Thank you, counsel. For clarification, the court reporter, could you read back the original question that was objected to? Thank you.
Don't have any emails related to Granite County. Is that what your objection outside the scope of direct?
Okay, thank you. One moment, please.
Objection sustained.
Ryan, did you review the discovery request?
No,
No, you didn't.
No.
Did you assist in responding to it?
yes, I did.
You didn't actually read them, no?
No.
How did that work?
Objection. To the extent there's communications about the attorney-client privilege, that is protected and will instruct the witness not to answer any sort of those internal communications.
What, I'll withdraw the question. What assistance did you provide? How did you help?
I would just, as requested, if there was a notification, I would provide whatever I was asked to.
Were you asked to provide your correspondence or communications with Granite County?
Objection, attorney-client privilege. Any communications between the represented party and counsel are protected by attorney-client privilege and should not be disclosed.
I'll withdraw the question. So there's a discovery request, Ryan, for communications with Granite County. You're saying you never read that.
I did not read all of it, no, I didn't read
Which
it.
parts did you read?
I did not read it,
None of it?
none of it,
Okay, so you've not seen that at all.
not that, no.
Have you viewed other pleadings in this
I have.
docket? Okay, what did you review?
I read the affidavits,
So the affidavit from the ranch at Rock Creek.
and others, correct.
What others?
Just people that were, providing testimony and what they're providing testimony on. Some of the witnesses that have appeared.
You have affidavits from some of the witnesses that have appeared in this hearing.
Yes,
Which ones?
well, just the ones that the ones that I'm aware of from the PSC.
Okay, so which ones? So we had, did you see one from Vicky Witt?
I don't recall, I don't remember.
From Lance Cheney?
I don't remember.
But you saw affidavits other than the affidavit from the ranch?
The one that sticks out to me is the Rocking J Ranch.
Okay, but you said others. Could you be wrong about that?
I believe I saw one for another construction company and Granite Customs, or not Granite Customs, but a construction company, I apologize.
And where would you have seen those?
In an email correspondence?
And would you have gone on to the commission's website?
I did.
You mentioned that you called the rancher at Rock Creek.
Okay.
Correct? And that you discovered after a failed filing on 12/23. What's a failed filing?
I would have to look back at it again, but I believe it said something to failed notice or something on there is what it was, a PSC notification.
And you clicked on that.
Yep.
And what did you see?
It pulled out, it pulled out the docket, and then it pulled out the affidavits that were attached to it, and it also pulled out the application for, I think at that time it was temporary permit. Or temporary authorization, I apologize.
And you indicated that you called the ranch at Rock Creek after.
I did,
And did you review their affidavit?
I did.
Okay, and you're saying that was attached to this failed filing?
I believe so, yeah.
And what number did you call?
I don't remember, I just Googled the Rocky J Ranch.
And did you use your cell phone or what phone did you use?
I believe it was my cell phone, yeah.
Okay, so if you have your cell phone, you could look back and find out what number you called.
Yeah, good.
And what day did you call?
I believe it was the 23rd.
And what time did you call?
I believe it was in the afternoon. I think it was before 5.
And did you reach a person or?
I left a voicemail.
And did you follow up?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall though. I don't know if I called them again.
You didn't send an email.
No.
Okay, but now you mentioned that you saw the affidavit, right?
Yeah.
Did you also see the email that was attached to the application?
No, it was text.
Go ahead, open L&L's exhibits to exhibit 1.
Okay.
I don't believe this has been introduced into evidence, but I also think it's part of the record. So I think we can talk to Mr. Kaufman about that, we can deal with any objections if council has them. I'm looking at exhibit 1, the last page. See that email from Brandon Monteleone, Ryan?
No, I don't.
Gotta keep turning all the way to the end of exhibit 1. There you go.
Okay.
Did you see that? In the failed filer?
I believe I saw this portion of it. I don't remember if I saw the email or the email address or not.
And there's an email address on here for Angela Scantline for the ranch at Rock Creek, right?
Yep.
Also looks like a Chance Gibson, the ranch at Rock Creek, right?
Yep.
Brandon Monteleone, the ranch at Rock Creek. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And looks like it's Mr. Monteleone's email just recounting his communications with Republic, right?
Yes.
Did you, when you read these emails from Lou Hoffman and Jen Murray that were included here, did you have concerns about those statements they were making to Mr. Monteleone?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you follow up via email to Mr. Monteleone
I did
about
not.
that?
Nope.
Sounds like, so you saw this failed application, and that's how you noticed the issue with the map, right?
Correct. Yes.
And forgive me for, I believe it's exhibit F and G for Republic, right?
Yes. Correct.
So if you hadn't seen L&L's application for Granite County, you wouldn't have discovered this mistake, right?
Myself. I would not have discovered this mistake.
Would have.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think that by his answer, he's implying that someone else would have discovered it. He said, I would not have. I'll withdraw the question. Who reviews these maps, Ryan?
We review them from time to time when issues come up or when we are checking routes, making changes to our efficiencies in our area.
So you noticed this on 12/20, this mistake, right, on 12/23 of 24. And when was the last time you checked the Granite County map?
Prior to this,
Mhm.
I'm gonna say, I don't know that I've checked that portion of the map. Prior to that, I don't know.
Is there any sort of detailed review conducted over Montana maps, service area maps on a regular basis by your division at Republic that you're aware of?
We, from time to time, go through our service areas and check through them. I don't know what the frequency would be in checking on them.
Is it more than once per year?
I would say it could be.
Less than one time per year?
I don't know, it could be.
Okay. And so you discovered it on December 23rd of 2024, and it was fixed by Exhibit G, or replaced by Exhibit G on January 6th of 2025.
Yes.
Why'd that take so long?
I wanted to make sure that we did this correctly, accurately, and reviewed all of our PSC permit boundaries, areas, checked with our team to make sure that what I was looking at was accurate. Looped in all the applicable people that I could at the time to make sure that we did this correctly.
So that took 2 weeks for you to do that?
I did not just myself got this completed.
Who else was involved? So you mentioned, you did mention when council was asking you questions, you mentioned the general manager and can you identify your general manager?
Catherine Bernhardt,
Okay, and then your ops manager, who's that?
Jeremiah Jones.
And who else was involved in that?
There would have been the sales manager, which is Josh Lazoya, was involved in that. We are KMT mapping folks, and I don't recall their names, our CRC management contacts, so it would have been Josh Landis and Lisa Rawl.
So in that process, you're looping in all these folks. You don't have any way to identify how long this mistake existed with the map for Granite County?
I don't, because all I cared about was getting it fixed.
Sure, and who would? Is there someone who would have an idea of how long this error in this map existed?
I don't know how I would go about finding that out.
Is that not important?
Is what not important?
How long this mistake was in your system and how long this mistake was in your system?
For me, getting the correction was more important than finding out how long it had been done.
Okay, so you're not worried about, maybe other than the ranch at Rock Creek, you're not worried about any other potential customers in Granite County that might have been denied service as a result of this mistake?
Of course I'm worried about that.
Okay, well, so then how do you, is that not a part of your concern? Is discovering how long this mistake has been in the system?
Asked and answered, he just said he was concerned.
Do you have a response?
I don't think it's the same question that has already been answered, but
How is your question distinguishable?
so he said, of course I'm concerned. And so I said, so is that not a part of your analysis in going back to address those concerns, to just, I'll withdraw the question. Is that not a part of your analysis to go back and look at how long this map has been in your system as incorrect?
No, at this point, I'm gonna say all I cared about was getting it fixed.
Okay, and so it could be a year that this map was wrong for your customer service representatives, right?
Objection, speculation.
He testified that there's a mistake in the map. He doesn't know the frequency with which it's reviewed. He doesn't know how long this mistake existed in their system. The question is, could it have been a year? I think he can answer that question.
Thank you, council. One moment while we discuss.
Objection sustained.
Brian, were you asked to identify any other service denials in Granite County? Public said.
By who?
Objection outside the scope of direct.
And so one of my questions in discovery was about service denials. The only service denial acknowledged by Republic was the ranch at Rock Creek. And I'm just following up. An issue, and I think it's relevant to whether or not the existing carrier is capable and willing to provide the proposed, meet the existing need.
Any response?
And also just to clarify, the question asked by who, getting a little concerned if this is asked by by council, and if so, that would even implicate attorney-client privilege as well. So not.
I'll withdraw the question. Any management up above you ask you to identify other service denials that might have occurred as a result of this mistaken map?
No.
Which of your, is the general manager in Missoula your only supervisor, or who else supervises your duties?
Jim Hutchinson, the area vice president, Trey Richardson, the area president, Brian Waller.
So did Mr. Hutchinson ask you about any other service denials, to identify any other service denials that might have occurred as a result of the mistake in the map?
No.
Okay. Sorry, Trey? Is that the other one that you?
Trey Richardson.
Did Trey Richardson ask you to identify any other service denials in Granite County that might have occurred as a result of this mistaken map?
No.
That was not a concern?
But the service denials,
Yes.
is it a concern? Yeah, I'm concerned if we have not been able to provide service to anyone. I want to make sure we get everyone service that needs roll-off service in Granite County.
Okay, so you're concerned about it.
Yes.
What have you done to identify service denials that might have resulted from the mistaken map?
Service denials, short of the people identified, I'm more worried about making sure we provide service in the future and correct the mistake.
Okay, so I hear you saying you're concerned, but you don't really care about what happened in the past, is that right?
Objection, misstates the witness.
I'll withdraw the question. I hear you saying you're concerned, so are you doing anything about the concerns that you have related to potential service denials as a result of this mistaken map?
As a result to this portion of the map?
Yeah.
Any and all, if they call the CRC or any folks and we have told them that we are not able to provide service, that we are asking for contact, an email or something sent to us that says that we have told someone we are not providing them service. So that we can make sure that that's accurate if it's not within our boundary, and if it is, to correct the mistakes so that we do not make that mistake anymore and provide the service.
Okay, but the only service denial that you've identified in Granite County as a result of this map is
That
range.
I'm aware of is that one.
There's probably more.
I don't know because I'm not aware of them.
Is there anybody tasked with checking that?
I couldn't answer that question.
Is that something that Republic is capable of doing? Checking whether there were service denials in Granite County as a result of that map?
I don't know. We would have to check and see, we would need their information to see if we've denied them service.
You need the identity of the customer.
Correct.
You deal regularly with municipalities, cities, local government entities in Montana, is that right?
I do.
And are you familiar with the Montana Constitution's right to know provision?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know that any contracts that Republic enters with a local government entity are open to the public?
I believe they are.
And you, when your council received L&L's discovery requests or data requests in this matter, you had a copy of the contract with Granite County, correct?
We do.
And you had a copy of the extension notice with Granite County, correct?
We do, yes.
And you had a copy of your invoices to Granite County related to that contract, right?
In my possession,
In Republic's possession.
they do, yes, we do.
And you had a copy of,
Objection, this was already ruled as beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Any response?
I think the commission can rule on that. If you think I'm going down the same road, you can let me know.
For clarification, court reporter, can you please repeat the question that was asked?
Well, the last question was, and you had a copy of. Before the last complete question, and you had a copy of your invoices to Granite County related to that contract, right? Answer, in my possession. Question, in Republic's possession. Answer, they do. Yes, we do. Question, and you had a copy of. Mr. Nicholson, objection.
Thank you, I appreciate it. One moment, please.
Objection sustained.
Ryan, how did you, this letter that was introduced dated, April 11th of 2024, how did you send that to the county?
I believe it was in an email.
Did you get a response?
I would have to go back and look.
So there's no email address on this letter. Do you know who you would have emailed it to?
It would have been, I believe it was the clerk at Granite County.
Okay, let's look at the contract.
Yep.
Exhibit 6. It's 1. Section 5. Contract representatives are identified in there. I'm sorry.
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, and so the county identified Blaine Bradshaw as the contact person for the county, correct? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are the new contact person for this, based on this letter, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't send it to Blaine? Okay. In the exhibit A, the attachment A fee structure for this contract, are there any administrative fees identified?
Objection, outside the scope of direct.
And I think this is relevant to need and the issues that we've identified, and I think the commission should allow some leeway outside the scope of Mr. Kaufman's direct. He's the municipal market manager. He's the only person we can talk to from Republic about the substance of this contract.
Thank you. One moment, please.
Objection sustained.
Brian, did you write this contract?
No, I did not.
Who wrote it?
It is prepared by our legal team.
Can you explain to me, section 8, the proprietary information? What is your understanding about whether there's been any proprietary information shared with Granite County?
Objection outside the scope of direct.
Contract is in evidence, we'll look at rule 612, the mode and order of interrogation. The commission has discretion to grant me some leeway to ask about this. I think it's in the public interest to know why Republic is including provisions in contracts with government entities that limit the release of information or disclosure of information that is public record.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection sustained.
For clarification, at this time, the commission wants to be consistent with its prior rulings that cross-examination is limited to the scope of direct, as we have been doing our best to rule throughout this hearing.
Is there, I guess I would ask for public, is there another witness, or do you intend to talk about the contract at all?
Yeah, we're still developing how we're going to proceed with our case, but there was the opportunity yesterday to ask the county attorney about these questions on direct examination.
And I did ask those questions, and then we've had this subsequent communication that wasn't disclosed to me, even though I requested, that was now admitted into evidence related to the contract and related to compliance with the contract and testimony that was offered by the county attorney yesterday. So I think I'm entitled to do some leeway here, but I also am inclined to continue moving forward if the commission rules so. Ryan, do you, are you familiar with the protest that Republic has filed in this case?
I haven't read it, no.
You haven't looked at the protest?
Not the entirety of it, no.
Okay, what part have you looked at?
I would have to go back and look at it to remember what I looked at.
Let's open to exhibit 2.
Okay.
Page 1,
There.
have you seen that?
I have.
Okay, and it's section 4, the revenue that's in conflict, have you seen that figure before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, are you aware whether this revenue figure includes the payments from Granite County related to the transfer station contract agreement for services?
Objection outside the scope of the rec.
Rule 611 says that the court, in this case, the commission may, in the exercise of discretion, permit inquiry into additional matters as if on direct examination. They've put this witness on. He is responsible for the contract with Granite County. The question was asked in discovery, and Republic acknowledged in discovery responses that it does in fact include payments from Granite County contract. And so I'm just trying to get that on the record through their witness. But I also understand the commission's position, and I will move forward if that is the ruling.
Thank you, counsel. One moment.
Objection sustained.
Ryan, if you would turn to exhibit 4, page 7, 8, and 9. So L&L 4 asks Republic to identify and describe the Class D services Republic provided to shippers in Granite County utilizing roll-off containers which combine to produce the annual revenue. I'm sorry. It's late in the afternoon. Identify and describe the Class D services Republic provided to shippers in Granite County utilizing roll-off containers which combined to produce the annual revenue figure of $166,290
stated by Republic on the protest filed herein dated January 13th of 2025. In your response, please identify and describe the following. And I want to look specifically at subsection C, the specific portion or percentage of the annual revenue stated in Republic's protest that is derived from Republic's contracts with Granite County Solid Waste District or any other local government entity in Granite
What
County.
page are you on again?
I'm on page 7 of Exhibit 4.
Okay.
L&L 4 subsection C. Can you read that?
Can you show me where you're at? I don't. Exactly. I appreciate it.
I'm on page 3,
On this-
I'm on page 3.
Looks like it's page 3.
yeah, so far.
It's the supplemental responses.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize. That's my mistake. It's that their initial responses are first and then their supplemental responses are in Exhibit 4 after that.
Where are you at? So where are you at? You're right here.
Yeah, sub
Okay.
C right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies. Ryan, did you assist in responding to this subsection, to specific subsection of this request or not?
I did provide a number, and I don't know if it's specific to just this portion of it.
So let's look at, on the next page, Republic's first amended answer dated March 13th of 2025.
Yep.
Under sub C. And you don't need to read it out loud unless you want to, but if you could review that, is that information accurate in?
Yes.
And so that states that Republic estimates that contracts with the Granite County Solid Waste District or any other local government entity in Granite County involving the use of roll-off containers or boxes comprised 64% of its revenue in 2024 from its large container line of business in Granite County and comparable percents in prior years.
Mhm.
I read that correctly?
Correct.
Flipping back to page 7, subsection A. That reads, the specific portion or percentage of the annual revenue figure stated in Republic's protest that is derived from container delivery or removal fees for Class D service involving roll-off containers or boxes. On page 9, if you, do you have any, did you help provide that information? In response to, in the first supplemental response, subsection A.
I did provide the percentage portions of where this came from now.
Oh. That section says that it includes roll-off containers and hauling services related to the transfer stations located near Drummond and Phillipsburg, right?
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that's not true?
Nope.
I have no further questions for this witness at this point.
I have no questions for the witness.
No questions.
So, quick clarification,
Wish to redirect?
yes, thank you. Sorry, it is late in the day. Ryan, there was some discussion about correcting the map that had been previously identified. Is that part of your job?
To correct the map?
Or to identify errors in the map.
It can be, and if we do, we make changes to them. Take it seriously.
Further questions, Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness is temporarily excused. May call your next witness.
We take a like
5 minute, yeah.
We do a 10
Yes.
break, actually.
We'll make it a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay, the time is 3:07. We'll be back at 3:17 exactly. So we're off the record.
I know, but.
No, thanks.
We will now resume the meeting. Time is 3:18.
Republic's next witness.
Your next witness?
Thank you, commissioners. Republic calls Catherine Bernhardt. Ms. Bernhardt was here for the swearing in.
Correct. You proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bernhardt.
Hello,
Do you, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Catherine Bernhardt.
Catherine, can you spell your last name?
Yes, Bernhardt.
Catherine, where do you live right now?
Missoula, Montana.
Missoula, okay. And who is your current employer?
For public services.
So before diving into your work at Republic, I want to ask you a little bit about your background. Where did you receive your undergraduate education?
UNC Chapel Hill.
Okay. What did you go to school for?
I got my degree in marketing and advertising.
Okay. And what did you do after you finished your undergraduate studies?
I managed a fine art gallery,
Okay. In Chapel Hill?
right outside of Chapel Hill.
Okay. Okay. And then after that, what kind of work did you do?
I then went back to get my MBA at UNC Chapel Hill.
Okay. So you got your MBA at the business school there, presumably?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And during business school, did you participate in any sort of training and internships? Anything like that?
Yes, I
Okay.
did an internship with Republic Services in Central Oregon.
Okay. What was your role in that job in Central Oregon, or that internship, sorry?
Yeah, so it was a rotational development training program. So they kind of go through, maintenance, operations, sales, finance, but you also kind of work on a project throughout the duration of your internship as well. And so mine was focused on our portable toilet and septic line of business.
Okay. After you completed that portion of the internship, what was there other parts of it during business school?
Not until after I finished business school. I went back obviously after the internship, had one more year of my graduate degree, and then went on to participate in a 2-year general manager accelerated training program in Boston.
Okay. So let's start with the beginning of the training program. What were you doing in Boston?
So similarly to the internship, you kind of dive into different aspects of the operations, maintenance, and the different kind of departments therein. You learn kind of more about the routing, the market in which you're operating, kind of at a high level. Then you also kind of dive into it and do preventative maintenance on garbage trucks, do ride-alongs with drivers, and you work on a myriad of higher level projects early on.
Okay. Do the topics change as you go through this training program, or do they progress?
It kind of based on the needs of the market itself. So I mean, I worked on a myriad of different, routing projects or, other kind of just needs that arose within greater Boston market.
Okay. And this is all in the garbage hauling industry though?
Yes.
Boston or Montana, still garbage hauling?
Correct.
Okay. And then when did you finish up the training program in Boston?
So I finished that around April of last year.
Okay.
And transitioned over into this role.
Okay. And then maybe that leads to the next question. That is, what is that role that you're serving in currently?
So I'm the general manager of Western Montana.
Okay. What, for someone that is not involved in the garbage industry, what does that mean?
Yep, so I kind of oversee all of our leaders across our myriad of different departments and divisions. So I cover our hauling offices in Bozeman, Missoula, Ronan, and Whitefish, as well as oversee our landfill and our recycling center in Missoula as well.
Okay. So fair to say sort of you run Republic's operations in this business unit?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. In that position, do you primarily deal with customers or with Republic's employees?
I deal most significantly with our internal employees, but I also have customer facing interactions as well with, local government, some of our larger customers like the university, et cetera.
Okay. Well, let's start with your interactions with the employees. Generally, what can you tell us about the kinds of interactions you have with Republic's employees?
Yeah, they're definitely very vast, kind of depending on what's going on in our market at any given time. But overall, I mean, I have multiple different managers that report directly into me that I lead. It's kind of at a high level, I would say, how do we kind of better our successes in market and what we do well? And then any mistakes or kind of shortfalls of our public services, how can we kind of improve upon those and lead to be a better provider for our customers?
Okay. How about customers? What can you describe to us what kind of interactions do you end up having with Republic's customers?
Yeah, so I mean, I will reach out to customers anytime that, warranted a follow-up from a manager if they want additional information on something. But overall, I would say most of my regular cadence of communication with customers is at a higher level of, how can we better strategically partner to better our communities that we operate in?
Okay. I would presume that it varies, but can you talk a little bit about how frequently are you interacting with Republic's employees? And then the next question is obviously how frequently will be interacting with Republic's customers?
Employees, daily cadence. I'm accessible as long as I'm in office and typically when I'm on PTO too. I would say I interact with them on certain aspects on a regular schedule. So, operations and maintenance, and then other ones just kind of based on what projects we're working on. From a customer cadence, it varies. I would say I interact with customers typically every day, but it kind of just varies based on what the customer interactions look like.
Okay. So day to day with customers, it may be different needs that you're discussing or different aspects of the business?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, both in your training program and maybe prior to that, and then currently in your role, do employees make mistakes at their job?
Of course, I think all people make mistakes.
Okay, so true maybe in the fine art gallery as well as in the waste management industry?
Yes.
Okay. How have you dealt with situations like that in the past when there's a mistake that's been made?
I would say typically for me, I try to get to the root of where the mistake was actually made, understand where we went wrong, and then kind of work with stakeholders to come to a solution to that mistake, to remedy it. And then kind of on the latter side, on the reflection point after the mistake has already been resolved, try to work through a process or system in place as a means of ensuring that same mistake doesn't happen again, and share kind of the learning from that mistake with the team that would be involved.
Okay. And how about when there are mistakes that are made that affect a customer or multiple customers?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we try to live by the mentality that the customer is always right and try to make sure that the customer feels that, their concerns are heard, supported, and remedied or resolved in whatever capacity that may be. And then, ensure that we can confidently follow up with the customer to ensure that same mistake, isn't happening again.
Okay. In your experience thus far, I heard you say follow up with the customer. When you say follow up with it, is there only one way that you do that?
No, I would say it varies based on situation.
Okay. What steps might you try to take as a representative of Republic when there is some sort of miscommunication like that?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of varies. I mean, I typically, like to call a customer or follow up with them over email and some kind of semblance of touch point versus just, having our, an automated push notification or something that feels more personal as a means of giving them the opportunity to have a conversation.
Okay. When you say automated push notification, can you clarify what you mean? No, thank you. Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Yes. So you can also we have a lot of customers that opt into text notifications of, you were missed, you will be recovered next day. So that was just kind of an example there.
Sure, so this is something that a current customer would choose to receive communications that way? Okay. And I think you maybe touched on this a little bit already. How are Republic's employees, not just you, but generally, trained to handle instances when there's a miscommunication with customers?
Yeah, I think, at a high level, it's, ensure that the customer feels like their concerns are valued and heard. Do our own due diligence on our internal side with any systems, processes that we have in place. And then kind of follow up in an educated response as a means of showing that we've done our due diligence internally.
Sure. Why would a business like Republic take this approach?
I think it's at its core, it's just good customer service.
Okay. Let's talk about a specific example. It's been discussed quite a bit over the course of the last day and a half, 2 days here. Rocking J Ranch, you've been here for the last 2 days worth of testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you were here when Ryan Kaufman was testifying earlier?
Correct.
And you got the opportunity to listen to him?
Yes.
Okay. And also Brandon Monteleone from Rocking J Ranch?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an issue involving public services in the Rocking J Ranch?
Yes.
Okay. In your words, what was the issue?
The issue was that the ranch called in to the customer service center and our internal mapping system was erroneous and presented or led the customer service representative to tell the customer that we do not service them.
Okay. And why was that the mistake?
Because we do service every roll-off customer need in Granite County.
Okay. And when you say you do service every need, it's when they've contacted Republic,
Yes.
is that correct? Okay.
When prompted.
So how did you first become aware of this issue with Rocking J Ranch?
So I first became aware of it when Ryan called me in December around Christmas as a means of notifying me of the issue that had come forward.
Okay. And I think you've hit on this already. Well, I'll move on. So this issue has been identified. Ryan has called you. You are the leader of this business unit, and you understand there's a problem in your business unit. What steps did you take as a leader once the mistake had been identified?
Yeah, so, after Ryan assured me that he had called and reached out to the customer, at that point, it was, us diving in internally to make sure that this mistake wouldn't be made again, and that we could write any kind of customer or customer service facing communication to make sure that we're correcting the information for Granite County.
Okay. And that correction included the service map in question?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a map maker? Is that part of your duty?
No.
Okay. For Republic, is it more efficient as a business practice to employ sort of map making professionals to do that sort of thing?
Yes.
That way, I presume you can focus on your oversight and leadership duties?
Correct.
Okay, so was there anything unusual about the way that you went out and your team reached out to the mapping team to get the map corrected?
I wouldn't say there was anything unusual about it.
Okay. And in your opinion, was it a fairly speedy remedy to get that map fixed so that, let me finish there. Was it a fairly speedy remedy to get that map fixed?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Were you able to view the map that that Ryan testified about before?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, do the corrections to that map, so I'm speaking in this case about Exhibit G, do the corrections to that map fix the problems for your customer service representatives?
Yes, I would say that, we're now setting them up with the tools to have accurate customer interactions.
Okay. Why is it important for Republic to have a map for its CSRs? Why not just give them the copies of the certificates?
Because I think that we're trying to streamline it so that we can limit the amount of time that a customer is on the phone. Because if a customer service agent had to review the entirety of PSC permits before being able to give them an accurate answer, that would kind of lengthen the amount of time that they would have to spend on the phone waiting for them to flip through said permit.
Okay, is it fair to say then that that choice is something that's trying to provide sort of efficiency for customers when they have a need?
Yes.
All right. And I think sort of dovetailing into that point, I heard you say it earlier, when this issue was identified, the first thing you checked was that the customer had been contacted and only then, made sure that the internal steps were taken, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why that order?
I think, at the end of the day, I want the customer, ideally, for them to know that we've attempted to contact them before we go to write it. So that way we can at least let them know, hey, we might not have an answer for you now, but we're working to get the issue in its totality resolved.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And how about in this specific example, how do you know that Republic took these steps?
In calling the customer?
Well, sorry, let me
Or
ask the
correcting
question.
them out?
Yeah, let me ask the question better. When you had identified the issue regarding the ranch, you've identified several steps that Republic took. How do you know that Republic took each of those steps together?
So with regards to calling the customer, obviously I didn't call the customer myself, so I can only validate that so much in communication with Ryan. But from a map perspective, I saw the completed map.
Okay. So in the course of practice, or in the course of your business, you rely on your team pretty regularly.
Yes.
And in this case, you also relied on your team to do their jobs.
Correct.
Okay. Based on the changes that were made after you guys had discovered the issue with the ranch, in your opinion, what are the chances that the same mistake happens again in Granite County?
I would say it is not likely that an issue like this would happen. We've taken the steps internally to ensure that, we do everything in our part that it doesn't.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the ranch request service after you had contacted them again?
Is that the microphone?
I don't know.
Sorry, just don't. Thank you. Sorry, can you repeat the
Yeah,
question?
I'll ask that
Sorry
again.
about that.
So to your knowledge, after Republic had followed up with the ranch, did the ranch express a need for service to
No.
Republic? No? Okay. How do you know that that's the case?
I validated that with our internal reports that they had not attempted to call back into our customer service.
Okay. When you say internal reports, I want to make sure we understand what you mean. What do you mean in terms of internal reports?
I just went through the customer service center and essentially pulled if someone had called in from that address.
Okay. So let's talk about that for a minute. When a customer would call into the customer service center, what kind of information does the customer service center track that would allow you to perform that search?
Yeah, so we track a myriad of different things. I would say address kind of being one of the most pertinent, just because it's the nature of the service location. But we can also look up customers through name, through business entity, through phone number. Those are, I would say, the most common.
Sure. And this is something Republic sort of regularly does in the course of business.
Yes.
Just so I've got it, what is Republic's position on providing service to the ranch?
We're ready, willing, and able to provide service to them in a roll-off capacity if they seek service.
Okay. And I think I heard it before. Have you looked into whether or not Republic has provided service to the ranch in the past? Let me ask that question. Sorry, let me ask that question differently. Are you aware if Republic has provided service to the ranch in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Let's broaden our aperture a little bit. Other than the mistake with the ranch, have there been instances in Granite County that you're aware of where there was a need for roll-off services?
There have been other instances of needing roll-off in Granite County, I would say on average around 2 a month.
Okay, and when we're talking about that average of 2 a month, does that include, or is that in addition to the roll-offs used to service the transfer
That is
stations?
in addition to.
Okay. So then how about for the transfer stations? So let's talk Phillipsburg first. What would an average month's worth of need at Phillipsburg look like?
So they have a 40-yard and a compactor on site, and we haul those each.
Okay, and I only know this because you previously educated me. Can you clarify what you mean by a compactor?
Yes, so it's still serviced by the same roll-off truck, but essentially it just compacts the waste so we can haul more tonnage.
Okay, so a compactor would be a different kind of roll-off in this instance. How about the Drummond site?
Similar on site, but we haul that more on an every other week capacity.
Okay. Between the transfer stations and the average of, well, let me pause with that for a second. With those two average of 2 non-transfer station requests per month, is there a seasonal fluctuation or is it consistent throughout the course of the year?
I'm sure that there is. I can't speak to the full extent of it, but it hasn't been an issue since I've been enrolled in any seasonality in our ability to service those requests.
Okay, so inclusive of those then and the transfer station roll-offs, how many is Republic not able to serve?
None.
All right, let's expand. Oh, thank you.
I was gonna say none that we have been requested since I've been here.
Okay. How about if there was a growing need in the county, if that average expanded, maybe doubled, and now it's 4 a month, does that change the analysis for you?
I would still say that we are able and willing to service any roll-off customers in Granite County. We have ample employees, trucks, containers as a means of that we can leverage in that market, whether it's currently in Missoula or in a myriad of our other markets that we could pull resources from if the need grew.
Okay, so maybe that dovetails right into the next question I was going to ask. How is Republic able to serve the people of Granite County, at least as far as roll-offs go?
Yeah, I mean, we have multiple drivers, technicians, trucks, and just general infrastructure in place as a means of being able to serve roll-off in Granite County.
How does Republic look at its service across the state? So Granite County as one example, is it a requirement that you serve every customer?
We see it that any customer that we have the ability to service, that we will service that customer.
Okay. And then you mentioned something a moment ago. You mentioned other areas, other business units, I think is the term Republic uses, that right? So Eastern Montana is its own business unit?
Yes.
Okay, so can you talk to us a little bit? I think I heard you say something like, if we didn't have enough resources here, you maybe would be able to pull from elsewhere? Can you talk to us a little bit?
You know, first we would kind of look to the other divisions within my own control before I would reach out to Eastern Montana. And so, you know, like I said previously, managing Whitefish, Ronan, and Bozeman as well, there's additional roll-off resources that we could pull from those markets if needed.
Okay, so is it fair to say that Republic has a fair amount of internal flexibility within your business unit?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, it has additional resources that it can pull from other business units?
Correct.
Okay, and is that limited to the business units in this state or in the region?
I would say in the region.
Okay. Have you seen a significant growth in demand in Granite County in the time that you've been at Republic?
No.
Okay. To the extent that you've been able to look through the company's historical performance in this region, is there any difference there? Has there been a growth that you've seen?
I would say fairly gradual, if any. marginal.
If there was continued marginal growth like you've seen, would Republic be able to meet that?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Just one follow-up and sort of circling back to a point we were discussing before, talking about the response to the Rock and J Ranch. There was some discussion, I think earlier today, about the time it took Republic to respond and update its records in connection with the Rock and J Ranch. You were here for that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and I think Ryan Kaufman had identified that issue came to Republic's awareness just before Christmas, correct?
Correct.
And so in your experience thus far, is it unusual for a company to take 2 weeks to do something over the holidays?
No.
Okay. Do you consider that, in your role as the manager, do you consider that to be a fairly effective response time, considering what time of year it was?
Yes.
Okay. I have other questions for you at this time. Catherine, thank you very much. I suspect counsel for L&L will.
Thank you.
Witness may now be cross-examined.
Catherine, you discussed some of the services provided by Republic to Granite County under the agreement for services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with any, are you familiar with the rates charged that Republic charges to Granite County for under the contract?
Objection beyond scope of direct.
You discussed the service at the both transfer sites provided by Republic. If you decide it's outside the scope, we'll go with that. I can, but I would like to ask that question. I think I've got to be able to cover it with one of their witnesses, or they need to designate who they'll talk to, or if they're going to put someone on to talk about that. Yesterday, when there was an objection about outside the scope of Mr. Johnson's direct related to Mr. Nicholson's questions about the DEQ letter, I identified that those questions would be more appropriately directed to Mr. Fisher. Certainly Republic's choice if they decide not to reciprocate that disclosure, but at this point, this is the second witness. Not sure how many more they have who can actually speak to this issue.
Thank you. I might respond very briefly.
Yes.
This is an extremely important point for the commission to consider, and that is the sole burden in this case is on the applicant. There is no burden on Republic to produce any witnesses whatsoever. If Republic chose to, it could rest at the conclusion of the applicant's testimony and put on no evidence whatsoever, and it would be well within its right to do so. Now, Republic can choose to bring witnesses to rebut some of the testimony that's already brought, but if Ms. Garrett believes that this was an important point, then the duty was on L&L or Grizzly to call a witness to testify to whatever facts they felt were necessary to make their case. If that has been done, then okay. If that has not been done, it's not Republic's duty to provide any witnesses to testify to any facts. So I would like to be very clear about our position here. Republic has called witnesses, and we've asked some questions, but the rates that it's charging are just not anything that we just discussed.
Well, and to be frank, I don't think I need this information to meet our burden. The contract is already in the record and is before the commission. The commission can certainly consider the rates as part of its analysis in this case. But all I was identifying is that if they wanted to reciprocate the courtesy that I provided yesterday, when I objected that it was outside the scope of direct and identify the appropriate witness, I would appreciate it, but if not, that's okay too. I don't need any other witnesses at this point.
Thank you, council. One moment.
Objection sustained.
Catherine, did you? You indicated during your direct testimony that you thought it was reasonable for this map issue to take 2 weeks to resolve over the holidays. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that you took the steps to resolve that. Was what you testified to on direct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What are those steps?
I think in part, are we talking about just correcting the maps here, just to clarify? Or the
So-
customer issue at large?
No, so the issue is correcting the map.
Okay.
And I think that you testified that we took the steps to resolve that. And so I'm curious what those steps are.
Of course. So I think part of it is connecting with our GIS internal mapping team as a means of ensuring that we're properly providing what the boundary lines should be on the map. So that was relayed to them that it should be the accurate boundary lines of Granite County itself. On the back end of that, ensuring that there's no additional information in the KMT knowledge management tool that needs to be updated in tandem with boundary lines themselves. And then ensuring that it's accurately reflected in the KMT once it's looked up. All of the back-end steps as a means of pushing the proper mapping through is done through the GIS team.
To resolve this issue, is that an understanding that the map issue gets resolved through GIS? Your role as management, general manager, does resolving that issue also involve reviewing whether there have been other possible service denials in Granite County?
It's not a direct responsibility of my role. That being said, though, there are no other service denials to my knowledge.
Does Republic have the capability of producing documentation that from their customer service records that would indicate whether service has been denied or whether a customer has called Republic in Granite County and sought service and not been provided, sought roll-off service and not been provided?
I'm not objecting to the line of inquiry, but can council clarify the question, please? I'm not sure what's being asked.
Does Republic have the capability to produce documentation indicating whether there were any other service denials in Granite County for roll-off service before this map was corrected?
Republic does keep record of call volume as it comes into the customer service center. That being said, it would have to be kind of rooting through the data of all calls from Granite County as a means of who called in and then determined that they didn't need service versus who called in and would be denied as such, but there are no denials to my knowledge.
So have you reviewed that documentation?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
No questions.
Care to redirect?
A brief redirect. When you said a moment ago, Catherine, you did not review those records, can you help us understand how expansive those records are?
It would essentially have to be historical call volume of all customers historically from Granite County who have called into the customer service center since the admittance of Republic Services having a permit to operate in Granite County. I don't know originally when we got our permit to operate in Granite County, but I assume that the records as such would be quite expansive.
Okay, and Republic gets a lot of calls from potential customers.
Correct.
And as I understood your ability to sift that data, it relies in part on the address or name of the customer, is that correct? Yes. So to check that data, you would have to check each individual record to determine the name of the customer and then if they lived in the area, correct?
Correct.
Or check each address of each call to see if that address was in Granite County, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that that task would take a long time?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay. The witness is temporarily excused.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Republic calls Jim Hutchinson.
Catherine.
Thank you.
First.
One of those ones that.
It's just
so many ways.
I appreciate that.
Were you sworn in yesterday, sir?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon, Mr. Hutchinson. Can you please state your name for the record?
James Hutchinson. INSO.
And
INSO.
Thank you.
James is spelled the way we would expect. So, Jim, where do you live?
So I live in Maple Valley, Washington.
Maple Valley. Where in Washington is Maple Valley?
Well, if you drew a line basically from Seattle to Mount Rainier, we're about halfway.
Okay. And Jim, who's your employer?
Republic Services.
All right. What is your current job title with Republic
My job title is Director of Municipal Services for the Northwest area.
for the Northwest area? When we talk about the Northwest area, what does that entail? What is that area?
It entails Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, Alaska, Vancouver, BC, Montana, and up until the beginning of this year was Wyoming and Colorado.
Thank you. Much like with Catherine, let's talk a little bit about your background before we get into what it is you do currently. Jim, where'd you go to undergrad?
To Central Washington University.
Okay, and when did you graduate?
I graduated in, a little confusing, I have 2 degrees from Central, but it was 2004, 2006. I have a BA and a BS, both in public relations and international business administration.
Okay, and after graduating, what kind of work did you do?
Right after graduating, I worked for the Washington State House of Representatives as one of the legislative assistants for our chair of the transportation as well as the capital budget committee.
Okay, and then after that, what came next?
Well, not entirely after, but kind of during. I also had joined the U.S. Army Reserves and served there for 8 years as a civil affairs specialist. And then I also attended Seattle University Law School while I was working down in Olympia.
Okay, it's a broad background. Did that work help to prepare you for your current position with Republic?
I would, yes.
How so?
In terms of just, if you look at, and I should add, there was another step in between that and Republic Services, which was also the community relations manager for a gas and utility company for 12 years, doing local government community relations for that company in Washington. I would say that the public affairs, business acumen that I gained from the business degree, the legal degree, allowed me to not only help the companies that I worked with negotiate contracts, which I'm responsible for, but also the community relations engagement. I was also responsible for, which is why I ended up in civil affairs for the reserves as well.
Okay, so I've also served in civil affairs. Can you explain what that means, though, for those that have not been in the military? What is civil affairs?
Yeah, so civil affairs, the best way that I've ever been able to describe it is many people have heard the term win the hearts and minds. Civil affairs is kind of the minds side, or excuse me, it's the heart side, got that backwards. And that is, you go into a foreign country and you're trying to reestablish the infrastructure, whether that's waste and recycling, or whether that's water services, school services, or whatever. You're trying to reestablish those services so that you keep the civilian population out of the military operations.
And have were some of the skills that you learned while in getting trained and operating as a civil affairs professional, was that something that aided you in your role, whether it was a utility company or with Republic?
Absolutely. I would say that, learning how to deal with elected officials, village individuals, community relations, non-governmental organizations, private volunteer organizations, all of that assisted me with the work that I did for both the natural gas and electric company as well as Republic Services. And that is just simply trying to be, ingrained in the community to find ways to help and make sure that your business or your unit or whatever that is successful. And then I had the pleasure and distinction that I also went from, learning the aspects in civil affairs to also being the instructor.
So you actually taught that to other people?
I did.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's turn to your current job. Approximately, when did you start working with Republic?
May 12th, to be exact, May 12th, 2012.
Excellent. And what position did you start out in?
So I started out as a actual senior manager of municipal in just Washington and Oregon. I expanded to Montana and Idaho in 2024. And then in 2026, it added many of the other states that I was talking about. And over the last 5 years, we've expanded greatly in the Colorado market. And I did miss New Mexico was part of one of those that I gave up at the beginning of the year because we had a little smidgen of New Mexico.
Okay. With that initial role, then what kind of work did that entail?
So I was working with, my primary responsibility was working with 14 individuals, like the individual who testified earlier, Ryan Kaufman, that we had designated throughout the area. I also became the subject matter expert in collaboration with our area president to make sure that whenever we had a municipal, community relations, media, or contract issue, that we would bring it up and discuss that so that our area president was sufficiently informed so that we could make actionable items or take action on various issues at the area level.
Okay. When did you transition into your current role as the municipal area director then?
The director role was given to me about 8 years ago. It was actually a promotion within the job, so no other additional responsibilities were there, but it was a recognition for the magnitude and level of responsibility that I have.
Because the area had grown considerably?
The area had grown considerably, background experience, the complexity of our market allowed me to become the first director in Republic's history for municipal.
So now in that sort of new role, can you talk a little bit about your expanded job responsibilities?
Yeah, as I kind of alluded to earlier, I like to give a lot of credit to my team members first and foremost. My team members are responsible for everything that I just talked about, which is the community relations, public relations, media relations, contracts that we have, our municipal contracts. And I say contracts, but in reality, in our area, we deal with franchises, contracts, things called G certificates, which is in Washington, and permits that we have here in Montana.
Can you generally describe what municipal sales involves for someone that hasn't done it before?
Yeah, municipal sales is my approach that I teach team members is more of attempting to find partnerships with communities that need our services and to work with those communities to reach beneficial goals so that they and we thrive.
So is it, I think I heard you say this before, you're working through this team. Is it fair to say then you've got oversight of the team that's working in Montana?
Yeah, the way we structure, I'll digress a little bit here. The way we structure our municipal team members report directly up to their general managers. And they are all dotted lined up to myself. So the general manager and I work collaboratively on their assessments and how they perform. But I end up being the subject matter expert as the guide for our general managers to make sure that they're following the things that we need to do as an area and as a company. So I will act as kind of that liaison between our headquarters, our area, and then down into the business units, which are intended to be responsible for the soup to nuts of providing service in an area with the oversight from the area that basically kind of makes sure we have a check and balance, that we're performing the way we're supposed to be performing, and that we have the customer zeal that the company has set as one of our corporate goals.
And does your work encompass sales within large cities?
Absolutely.
Okay. Does your work also involve working with more rural communities?
Absolutely.
What type of involvement do you tend to see in rural communities?
It varies. I guess I could give an example. Most recently, we acquired a company in Jerome, Idaho, where we went to extremely rural communities. This was Idaho, but where the community may be as small as 100 to 200 people per city. In fact, one of those cities has 50 residences. I shouldn't say people, I should say residences.
Sure.
So there are extremely rural areas in Montana, obviously, but also in Idaho, as well as in Oregon, and even in parts of Washington, but we tend to be in the more populated areas of Washington.
Okay. When Republic is operating in these rural areas and providing service there, does that service sometimes involve roll-off services?
Absolutely.
Okay, and in your portion of that, that involves contracting with municipalities for roll-off services?
Well, it does involve contracting with them, but at the same time, as one of the area representatives, we act as an area oversight. So we bring in our subject matter experts, but we also review every level of what's going on in the business unit. So we have an operations team that are very specifically focused in on the operations side of things, but we also oversee, and that's how I get privy to information about services we provide, whether it's roll-off, commercial, residential, what we call open market in some areas, like we do in Colorado, which is interesting, but as well as the franchise work. So I have oversight of all of that. Not necessarily direct control, but indirect control of the issues that are going on.
So as the Northwest Area Director of Municipal Sales, you're familiar with Republic's operations in Montana?
I am.
And specifically in this business unit, the western portion.
Very much so. In fact, in the area, I have had the most tenured area representative. So we have a team of about 10 people that look at that. So I've been following Montana since we got here, whether it was the permit system or operation system. Our team members here since 2014.
Okay. As part of your job, and this probably varies, and if it does, please let us know, but generally, how often do you visit Montana?
It varies upon need, because obviously with the territory that I described at the size that it is, but I come back. I think I've been back 6 times this year so far, given some of the complexity of some of the issues we're facing, and because of some of the transition that we've acknowledged that. On average, requirement of my job is that I'm meeting with my team members quarterly. And it's never quarterly, it's quite more often than that, but that's just when I'm here in person. But I would say that I interact with my team members on a weekly basis, and in some ways it's a daily basis.
Has the the move to sort of virtual communication, Zoom and Teams and that sort of thing, made that process easier over the last few years?
There's a yes and a no to that answer. You know, I would argue that I traveled more. We had a very short period. Republic did a lot of very important things during COVID, where we had people remote work, and I was one of those remote workers. As soon as travel was lifted, though, because of the disparate area that we deal with, some people were saying, no, we're going to continue to meet in person, and some were saying, no, we're going to be virtual. So I adjusted compared to the area that we were in. And so it ended up being that I ended up traveling on the back half of COVID, actually more than I'd ever traveled before. Just because people were, certain areas were very interested in having face-to-face communications, even if it was this far away. Sorry for my hand language, but from the recorder to myself away, we still had a lot of commitments from our requests from our customers to have that connection.
Sure. So a little customer driven is a fair way to look at it. I think you touched on this just a moment ago, but that transition to remote work was done for the safety of your employees?
It was. That's where we did it for our safety of our employees. You know, there's obviously no way that you can take a driver out of a truck. Sure. Whether it's a roll-off or a collection vehicle, but even our safety messaging that I heard previous testifiers speak about, we conducted our safety meetings in an open area where we're meeting outside. So we adjusted quite a bit. We converted our call centers to a remote work. We realized that our team members that were in our calls, our customer care centers, customer resource centers, we're called now, that they were happier working from home. And so we maintained that. So we took lessons learned and implemented those. But, you know, the commitment from our CEO down was to our customers first and foremost. And in fact, he established a committed to serve program, which was our team members would go out and buy lunches for the team from local businesses to make sure that they stayed working while our drivers were still out there.
Nice. The transition for the CRC, I heard you say they were happier. It has employee happiness, I have to assume, matters for a business's successful operation.
Absolutely. We work on, you know, our company, this just goes back to my earlier comment, we work on certain pillars. Safety, as was alluded to, is obviously paramount for anybody who works in our industry, as the industry is ranked as one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in America. We put safety there, we put talent, we put communities, we put customer zeal, and we talk about our customers being, or we talk about our team members being driven to those areas. So being driven towards being safe, being customer focused, being human-centered, and working with our communities. So we establish that as our goals for the headquarters, and we drive that down into our local businesses.
Thank you. Have you, well, let me ask that question differently. With the CRC transition to remote sites, Republic has put a system in place that allows them to still perform their duties to answer customer calls?
Yes, I mean, we're really very proud of, going back to your COVID reference, we're very proud of the fact that we were extremely versatile and we moved from bricks and mortar buildings to our service representatives, our customer service representatives, being able to be remote. And we say remote, they're at their homes. We did that over a weekend without a skip in business or without a skip in service. And so we're very proud of the fact that we were able to do that. We had originally thought to present customer service in 3 zones: East Coast, kind of Midwest, and then in Western United States. And then COVID kind of revamped that. We learned from it and we revamped and adapted that to our standard.
Okay, and is there, to the extent you're aware, is there sort of a standard that Republic has for how quickly those calls get picked up? Sorry, when I say picked up, I do mean answered.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do have a standard that we evaluate on an ongoing basis. I will say that I am not as familiar exactly what it's like 80% of calls answered in 20 seconds kind of thing.
Okay.
The metrics there I know are driven, but we evaluate it not based upon what a standard would be, but we evaluate it on a bi-weekly basis, basically saying where are we at today and how do we get it. So for instance, we talk about 99.9% of our customers are served when they're supposed to be served. And we don't strive for that 99.9%. That is 100%. So we look at where we're providing the customer service and we say, where are we highest? And that's what we address. We don't necessarily drive it to a standard. So I'm not as familiar to what the standards are. I know that we're just trying to drive it down to the fastest answer and the best service that we get.
Sure, thank you. So when we're talking about percentages that are that high, was there a meaningful difference in terms of the ability to respond to calls after the transition to this remote work?
It improved and largely it was due to the fact that we had, as with most industries, we had a significant turnover in jobs. People were like, hey, I could stay home or I could, and get paid, or I can go into the office. And so we experienced some hiccups like everybody did with job satisfaction, but we also had call volume and everything else go down. So we now will now know those standards are higher, they're doing better, and we continue to monitor them to make sure that we're striving to get the best service.
Got it. And I think we've heard some testimony earlier today, but maybe you can confirm it. Calling in is not the only way that someone could request service from the public, correct?
No, we have an app that people can call in for service and request services. We have texting that we have various phone numbers that we have depending on the area that's at. So there are multiple ways.
Okay. You touched on this a little bit already. Can you maybe cover it and expand on it? What kind of contact do you end up having with Republic's general managers in Montana?
Catherine would say too much, but we have, when contracts are coming up and or when community events are coming up, like we have a National Neighborhood Promise program that's coming up in Missoula, we coordinate that a lot more. But I would argue that I'm touching base with our general managers directly on a very regular basis. You could say maybe once every 2 weeks. Our general managers also present in formats which we call our business operating reviews, where they come in and present to the area about the whole gamut of their business on I'll say quarterly, because what they do is they come in and they present one, then they might do a budget, and then they might do another, and then we might do year end. So they're not quite our business operating reviews, but it's on at least a quarterly basis, and we do that in order to be compliant with SOX.
Sorry, what is
Sarbanes-Oxley.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Sarbanes-Oxley.
Sorbane, can you spell it?
I apologize, I cannot.
So what about your contact with Republic's municipal managers? What kind of contact do you have with them?
So my routine basis with them, and then I have an unroutine. So on a bi-weekly basis, I have one-on-ones with my team members. We have a bi-weekly gathering of all my team members to go through all their issues. So those are kind of the schedule. So I'm meeting with the team members at least once a week. And then on a regular basis, I would say I'm receiving phone calls and texts. I know of as a reminder, I said Colorado and Wyoming, so I had 14, so that was my preference to 14. I now have 11 team members. I would say of my 11 team members, this week alone, I've talked with 6 of those.
Okay. In your experience, so working with Republic's employees in both the general manager and municipal manager capacity, are you familiar with Republic's roll-off dumpster services provided to Granite County?
I am.
Okay. How have you become familiar with those services?
Multiple ways. I was at, as it was presented earlier, I was at the conversations earlier with the county itself. I was aware of the issue when Ryan raised the issue about who was missed. Followed that as they were proceeding with Catherine and Ryan, obviously running on the way.
In your, so it sounds like you've got quite a history in the garbage hauling industry, is that fair? Based on all of your years of experience in the industry, are you familiar with what it takes to be a successful garbage hauler?
Yes, it's not a one size fits all. You kind of alluded to these earlier. You have your rural areas and you have your more urban areas. Obviously, the urban areas sometimes can be easier and sometimes they can be harder. And so we typically look at each individual area, and especially when a contract comes up for recuperation, we look at, hey, what are the costs associated with those areas, and what are our operating performance standards that we're hitting to make sure that we are providing the service and that we're supplying enough of the resources necessary to meet the needs of that community.
So in your experience, just because a hauler has been successful in a highly concentrated area does not mean that they're going to be successful in a less concentrated area.
Absolutely not. Yes, there's different equipment that's necessary, whether it's a tight access vehicle or a larger vehicle. You have different vehicle types. You know, the frequency that you get out to areas, and you know, most importantly, is how often you can get out. And obviously, in some of the more rural areas, it is always, you know, something that you need to take into consideration is how far can I send my truck to get out to some of those rural areas, and whether that's in Summit County, Utah, or like I said, in the Twin Forks or Twin Falls area of Idaho, or here in Montana. You have to take into consideration how you get your scarce resources, because no matter how abundant they are, they're limited. You want to make sure that you capitalize on those so you're providing the best service to the customer as well as to the company.
How does Republic differentiate itself from its competitors in your experience?
Our commitment to our communities, number one. Our commitment to sustainability in the environment, number two. Our customer zeal, number three. And I would also argue that, you know, that it stems from our CEO down. Our CEO will oftentimes go out into communities and ride along with our drivers to make sure that they're not only following the standards that we set, because we don't set the standards just for standard's sake. We set them to make sure that we're providing those services as best we can. And he gets invested personally down into the local levels. He's been into Whitefish plenty of times. He's been into Missoula plenty of times. He's been into Billings plenty of times.
So the national CEO is
The
coming into the
national
market.
CEO comes in the market.
And that's, just to make sure I've got the point, why is he here?
He's here to make sure that we as a team are providing the level of service to the standards that we commit ourselves.
Okay, not unique to Montana though, he does this across.
It's not unique to Montana. We have a separate, we call it our Net Promoter Score, where we allow it sounds wrong, but where we encourage any of the customers we interact with to call in and tell us how we're performing. So we do that on a monthly, weekly basis where we're constantly looking at our NPS score to determine the level of service that we're providing. And we hold our general managers, myself, accountable to having a high Net Promoter Score. So we thrive to get that as high as we possibly can.
It sounds like adherence to standards is an important part of Republic's business model. Is that accurate?
That is very accurate.
And when Republic finds that its employees can't meet that standard, what has your experience been and how that plays out?
There's always been a healthy conflict between, and some of the changes we've made as a company are a result of that, right? The company is saying, we want to understand these standards, we want to push these standards down, because we know that whether you're a rural company or customer or urban customer, you should have a common level of understanding of what your service is. So we drive that, and there are people who can be on the front line that, might have those handshake deals or might have things that are outside the norm. We don't want that to be the service. We want it to be, hey, listen, this is a common service that we should be able to provide in a certain way and meet the expectations of our customers. And so we do follow those standards as much as we possibly can, whether it's safety, operations, or even community outreach and community relations.
So you talked a little bit about this already with that CEO down commitment piece. How much does management play a role in successful waste management operations?
I would argue critical. I would say that, I know it's been mentioned a couple of times earlier that we've had 4 general managers in the area, and I'll just clarify that quickly. The way our structure is that we have area vice presidents that used to be directors of operations that oversee the general managers. And when a general manager leaves or is not here, we will have oversight. So the name Robin Murbach has come up a couple of times. And Robin was actually a director of operations that stepped in when we had a general manager that left.
And so the personality of the management team can be sort of critical to Republic's success.
Culture is critical.
Okay.
And in I don't think I have to go very far for this area, the culture and just how people get things done in Montana has been something that we've been looking at quite closely.
And who's the current general manager here?
Catherine Bernhardt.
Catherine. And I think Ryan, you mentioned earlier, is the municipal manager.
Correct.
How do you feel about the culture that they bring to bear in this market?
I'm encouraged, very much so. I think it is definitely a change in mindset. It is an attempt to get away from some of the, for lack of a better term, some of the handshake deals to get to more of the standards and procedures that we need to do, that we know provide customer service. And I'll use an example of where our CEO recently got in to use this at our general managers conference. He sat in and he said, I got in a truck with a driver, and the driver was saying, well, I know this area this way, so I'm going to turn this. And so despite all the empirical data on how his route should have been run, the driver had his own decisions to make. And although we want to have some of that latitude when our routes are created, et cetera, the idea is the standards are going to help us get there. And the way our system has worked, where you have drivers reporting up to the supervisors up to the open managers, there is an opportunity for those drivers to add that input. But when a decision is made, then we all have to come together and say that that's the way we're going to proceed.
Understood. Which maybe renders my next question a little bit irrelevant, but I'll ask it nonetheless. It sounds like are employees critical to Republic's success?
Absolutely. We have 42,000 over 42,000 employees throughout the country. And we know that our drivers, the men and women who are working and picking up the material on the street, they're all local. There's nothing that I can do from Phoenix or from Maple Valley or from any other place. Trash is about as local as you get. And so our team members are the ones who are going to be our face, the ones who do the work. And we put a lot of pride in those individuals, and we try to show it as much as we can.
What role does, if any, does training have in the success of Republic?
A lot. We have, whether it's a municipal manager role or a driver role, safety is, as I mentioned, is paramount. And when you're driving a vehicle the size of the vehicles we drive, making sure that people know how to operate that equipment, whether you're on a landfill, on the collection side, or in a recycling center or compost facility. So the training associated with those individuals We put everybody through a robust training when they start, not only on the company expectations and the absolutes that we have, but we know that there can be cultural resistance to it. Case in point, there can be cultural resistance to wearing a seatbelt. And it is extremely unfortunate when you have a bad accident with somebody who refuses to wear a seatbelt and they get ejected from a vehicle. And then you have, I think maybe Eric Bauer might have brought up the issue about, you don't want to have a conversation where somebody has passed away because they didn't do something as simple as put a seatbelt.
Sure. So Republic is putting a system in place to the extent that it can do so to set those policies and set the tone with its employees, correct?
And we can hold them accountable to it. I mean, I don't want it to be, it's not supposed to be a tool, but it was mentioned earlier, a Sansera program that's in cab that will literally send alerts to drivers saying, hey, you're distracted. Hey, your seatbelt's not on. Hey, your music's too loud. Of such nature to try and avoid some of the common causes of accidents that occur. Like I said, on that safety front, where we try to figure out how we can best do this, some of that is just, we got a lot of people who are really driven to do a great job, and sometimes they might want to cut a corner, and we can't have them do it.
Let's talk a little bit competition. Well, sorry, Jim, you've been here the last couple of days and listening to the testimony of the other witnesses. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and so you've heard the comment a couple of times about the relevance of competition.
Mm-hmm.
How does competition in the garbage collection industry impact profitability?
Objection, lack of foundation.
So, I'll rephrase. Jim, are you familiar with how the garbage industry works?
Yeah.
Okay, are you familiar with markets that have competition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Republic's profitability in markets that have competition?
Yes.
Okay, including this market, correct?
Yes.
Well, not Granite County, but surrounding areas in Montana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, how does competition in the garbage collection industry impact profitability?
It depends on the area and the requirements for that community.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, there are differences between contracts, franchises, G certificates is what I mentioned, and permits. It's my understanding that Montana specifically has looked at its permit system as not a right to provide service, but a responsibility to provide service. And so the profitability in those areas are different from the profitabilities in other areas where you have a more competitive nature. And there's a distinction there. I can say that in order to get profitable work in, say, Colorado, where it's completely open market means literally house-to-house sales, our rates are higher and our profitability can be similar to what it is in a very rural area where we're trying to make sure that we're providing a certain level of standard and a certain level of service to all customers.
So I think you may have just alluded to this in your answer. Did I understand that to mean that rural areas may be less profitable than other areas?
They have the potential depending on the form of contract, franchise, permit, or G certificate.
Sure. If there are, are you familiar with instances where garbage markets are not regulated and there is significant competition?
Yes.
Okay. If there are too many competitors in a market, what adverse effects have you seen affect customers?
I'll give you one example. Westminster, Colorado. There are.
Objection, relevance. Colorado has a different regulatory scheme. It's not related to how garbage runs in Montana.
Response?
If you might respond. The question was, if there are too many competitors, what adverse effects have you seen affect customers? I think an illustrative example to explain the response is entirely appropriate, even if the geographical location isn't the same. It's a broad question.
My objection is lack of foundation, relevance and lack of foundation. And I think the commission can rule based on the argument presented.
Thank you, council.
Objection overruled.
Did you need to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Sure. So the question was, if there are too many competitors in the market, what adverse effects have you seen affect customers?
So the example I used was Westminster, Colorado, where they have a street. The city was considering contracting for services. They have one street where it's open market today, where they have 7 different haulers traveling down the street every week. And we just talked about how, safety is a big important issue for the industry. Now, to the applicant's attorney's comment, how that applies to Montana is
Objection
that
non-responsive.
I don't understand the objection.
No, it's not answering the question. But yeah.
So the question was about what adverse impacts Mr. Hutchinson has seen impact customers. The original question was, it wasn't specific to Montana, and I believe the witness was about to try to address that specific concern, but his answer wasn't addressing Montana. So I truly do not understand the objection.
The question, he was arguing with me, I guess, and his answer to the question, I didn't ask him a question. So it's non-responsive, not relevant, lack of foundation.
But I might rephrase or maybe ask a follow-up question if that will solve the concern.
I think a follow-up question could solve the concern.
Okay.
You have a good question.
Jim, can you clarify how that might apply to Montana?
Sure. Where competition is added, you obviously now have in an area, you have 2 people going down a residential street competing for businesses. So you've now added 2, maybe 3, sometimes even 4, depending on if you're offering recycling and MSW trucks that are going down a residential street at any week, to provide those services. In the rural areas, you're also adding not just the added impacts, safety impacts, emission impacts, et cetera, but in a rural area, you're also adding more complex roll-off trucks are not small vehicles. You're adding 2 vehicles to an area rather than 1 vehicle to an area that could be providing the same level of service.
What impact can that kind of competition have on Republic when a competitor enters the market?
So there's twofold. I'm going to answer that maybe in 2 ways. Obviously, there's potentially some harm that impacts Republic in terms of our finances. But the way I have worked and the way I have testified before the PSC on numerous occasions is the responsibility isn't just simply to our finances, but it's our finances at the harm of the residents or the community at large. And I'm paraphrasing that. The way I would see that impacting us is when we lose our economies of scale, there's got to be a way to pay for that one driver, that one truck that's doing the work. Now, if you have, like I said, 2 trucks, whether those individuals are already in your work plan or not, they're being pulled away from something else. The drivers, the trucks that we bring into Granite County, they're being pulled away from sitting idle, or they're being pulled away from city work. Now, either way, if they're being pulled away from City and Idle, you can say, well, there's no financial impact to that. However, if they're being pulled away from other work, then there is a financial impact. So there is a financial impact to the residents, especially in the more rural areas, where you say, hey, wait a minute, you're not going to be there as often, and so you don't get the economies of scale. And that is why you have programs like the permit system. That's why you have programs like the G certificates in Washington. It's why you have the franchises in Oregon. It's to make sure that the rural customers are being serviced at a level that is acceptable to the oversight.
In your experience, what kind of customers do competitors go after they enter a new market?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase. So I'm not asking you to speculate, Jim. I'm asking you, in your experience, what you have seen competitors do or observed competitors doing in markets when they enter a new market.
And objection relevance, Public specifically competes with L&L in two of the largest markets in the state. And if we want to talk about this, let's talk about the specific facts of this case and talk about what's relevant here in Montana.
If I might be allowed a brief response.
A brief response, yes.
If Ms. Garrett has questions she would like to ask the witness, she's entitled to do so. I believe.
The objection is relevance.
Yes.
It's the general concerns or about competition, not relevant here.
I'll withdraw the question if that's okay.
Okay.
So, grant L&L Grizzly a certificate in Granite County specifically. Based on your experience, what impact do you believe this would have on rural customers?
So given my experience and my opinion about some of the questions that have been answered or asked, they're going to go after, as they have done in other areas, very specific dense areas or contracts that provide them a level of economy of scale that allows them to break into a market or enter a market, I should say. And so they're going to go after that high value area that provides them the economies of scale as quickly as they possibly can.
In Granite County, when we're talking about the high value target, if you will, what would you believe that to be?
From my experience, especially on the municipal side of work, municipal or rural areas tend to be governed by their municipal contracts. Those are the high value contracts that you have. You get the biggest density, you get your biggest economies of scale by going after those contracts first, and then infilling at a later date if you have the ability to do so.
So if that were the case and L&L were granted a certificate and did take over the municipal contract here, what effect would that have on Republic's efficiencies with respect to the rest of the county?
It would significantly hinder it.
Would that limit options then to those residents of the county other than the municipal contract, the county itself?
If that was the only service provided, then it would impact because either company is going to figure out how to make a dollar, whatever their profit is. They're gonna have to figure out how to do this, because we're in the business of being profitable, we're not in the business of doing it for free. So they're gonna go after the high value to get the profit to where they want them to be. That will be to the detriment, because the economies of scale will be lost to the other areas.
Jim, do you recall, have you reviewed the applicants? In preparing for this hearing, did you review some of the applicants' data responses that they provided in the course of this?
Briefly in some of them.
Some of them, okay. Would it help if we turn to those and refresh your recollection?
Please.
Okay. Let's turn to. One moment, sorry. It's gonna be Exhibit B. I just need to find the page for you, and it's in that first. Oh, if you'll turn to page 21 of 38. Please. Jim, this is what's the general nature of the question AWS 12 here?
It's a request to produce a business plan.
Okay, and if you look down, have you reviewed the response to AWS 12?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall, or maybe this will refresh your recollection if you don't recall, do you recall did L&L disclose a business plan in this matter?
No.
Okay. If they had provided a business plan, would that have helped to evaluate what the effect would be on the public?
Yes.
If you, did L&L disclose, to the extent that you've reviewed the responses, have they disclosed any analysis about this market?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. No price or route comparisons? No, so no options about what might be provided in terms of service?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I think you touched on this briefly earlier. What kind of commitment does Republic have to providing roll-off services to communities like Granite County, and then specifically to Granite County?
I know I have testified on multiple occasions before this commission that we view the permits as not as a right, but as a responsibility to provide that service. I know a number of people in this audience, and I know firsthand, have presented that as well, whether they're on our side or the other.
And in your experience, has that view been borne out by Republic's practices?
With the obvious exception of when we found an error, that has been.
How has Republic demonstrated that it is dedicated to providing, to serving that public need for waste disposal services like roll-offs in Montana?
We have decades of service in this community, and we're not going away, we're growing in this community. I believe you've asked earlier questions about our capabilities to provide support from other areas, not only within the state, but also from the surrounding region, and we're committed to that.
Is it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is it fair to say that there's an investment of both time and resources?
Absolutely.
Okay. that commitment exists here specifically in Granite County as well as the rest of the state?
Absolutely.
Okay. Touching, let's switch gears just a little bit. You had mentioned earlier you were present in some of those, at least one of the interactions with the county about the county's municipal contract, correct? Correct. Okay. And well, let me ask that differently. What was the position that you had expressed about Republic's willingness to entertain alternatives to that contract?
Yes, I've heard my name referenced a couple of times about what I was attempting to communicate at that commission meeting. What I was communicating was that the issue before the commission at that time was our request to extend the contract. And that was something that the commission had to act on, because that was all that was available in the current contract, which is simply the extension. So we made the request to say, we choose to extend following the contract. County, are you going to extend that or not? And we were asking for clarification on that. I was then asked if we would be willing to entertain amending the contract. And my comments were directed at today, what is before the commission is simply the extension. But if the commission decided that they wished to amend, that we would be more than willing to come back and meet with them to discuss what those amendments would be. And if we could come to a mutual agreement on what they would be, then we always have the opportunity, whether we were extending the contract then or whether we had extended it and went to the county 2 years later.
Sure.
That it's always an opportunity for two parties to meet to amend a contract.
And were you present when the county considered that contract?
I was present at the second meeting. I reviewed the video of the first meeting.
And after you had disclosed Republic's position to the county, were you present for the county's vote on the matter?
I was.
Okay. And what's your understanding of the way the county responded with regard to the contract?
My opinion was favorably. It was a 3-0 vote. But even after that vote, I saw interactions, which I do when I come into a market. I intentionally look for interactions between Ryan Kaufman and other council members, and it was very positive.
And I don't want you to talk about anything that the commissioners may have told you for obvious reasons, but are you aware of any requests to Republic to amend the contract?
No.
Okay. Let's turn to my last set of questions for you, Jim, and that is some matters that came up earlier today. Were you here earlier when Vicki Witt was testifying?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you get the opportunity to hear her testimony regarding anaconda disposal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, you worked at Republic for at least part of the same time that she was at Republic, correct? Not 52 years, but yes, still years. What can you tell us about the testimony that you heard?
It was concerning. And it goes back to my earlier comment about how Republic is attempting to change some of the culture that we have throughout so we can provide the best customer service we can. Backroom handshake deals is not the way we want to do business. We want to be upfront with our customers. We want to be working with them. And if somebody was saying that they got direction to do something that was counter to that, that's extremely unfortunate. When we saw the affidavit, or not the affidavits, but the release of information, I know that I personally talked with our area president, and we both had the same reaction that said if we had been made aware, or if we were aware of any of that type of interaction, that person and person giving the direction would have immediately been brought to disciplinary action.
when you say the release of information, I think you're talking about the allegations that L&L put forward in its data responses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just to clarify the point, those allegations in the data responses weren't substantiated by anything in the data responses, correct?
Correct.
Or
not to my knowledge, I should say.
Sure, understood.
And I'm gonna object, they were substantiated by witness testimony today.
I think that objection is fine, but it's not relevant to the answer or the question that I asked.
The question was, were they substantiated by anything
No.
that L&L produced?
We could maybe read back my question.
I'll withdraw the objection. Let's move forward.
Jim, do I understand that, so I understand from your testimony, the Republic takes a pretty strong stance on unethical behavior.
Correct.
If Republic, to the extent you're aware of it, has Republic removed employees for unethical behavior in the past?
We have, we actually, we participate in a program that actually judges us on how ethical a company we are. We're extremely proud of the fact that for 7 years, we've been rated as one of the most ethical companies in the country. And that's a very strenuous process that goes through any type of allegation like that and reviews it to verify. And so we take that extremely seriously, and we basically guide the principles and those guide or the pillars that I talked about earlier. We say those are held in, you know, we're held accountable all the way down, and we encourage people to take responsibility for their actions, both good and bad.
Thank you for your time, Jim. I have no further questions at this time.
Witness may not be cross-examined.
Sorry, Commissioner, have water.
I also, I mean, now that Mr. Porcella has concluded his direct examination, I hate to make this suggestion, but what I would suggest that we do, since I have about, I think of probably a couple hours worth of cross-examination for Mr. Hutchinson based on the issues that were raised by Mr. Porcella, I would suggest maybe we adjourn for the evening and return in the morning and do finish the cross-examination, any additional witnesses and closing arguments if the parties prefer. But I'm open to hearing other suggestions as well.
Does Republic have any additional witnesses after Mr. Hutchinson?
I think the only circumstance in which we call additional witnesses is if there's some need for rebuttal based on the whatever cross-examination Ms. Garrett has in mind, but we don't anticipate calling additional witnesses at this time.
Also, for planning purposes, does L&L intend to present a rebuttal case?
I don't currently have any witness testimony for rebuttal. I do plan to move for the commission to take administrative notice of Republic's 2023 annual report, which I think there should not be an issue with. I don't have paper copies of that because I don't have access to a printer, and I already killed plenty of trees creating my exhibits, exhibit binders. But that really is the only additional evidence I have planned on utilizing or relying on.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, we could just say that since we found it.
Okay. So we will reconvene for tomorrow. I did want to give the spelling of that Sarbanes-Oxley Act. No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious.
I'm kind of interested.
So that was the Act of 2002, correct? So it's S as in Sam, A-R, B as in boy, A-N-E-S. And sometimes it's hyphenated, sometimes not, but O-X-L-E-Y, Act of 2002. And it's basically a regulatory standards act that came out in response to the Enron debacle, correct? Okay.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
So we are done for the day. The time is 4:58. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 AM. Is that adequate? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, off the record.